we are live. All right, welcome back to another stream. We have a moderate risk outline for today, which the two main risks that we have outlined for this moderate is we have a tornado threat, and then we also have a wind threat, which the wind threat being a 60% with Sig 1 for damaging winds, and then we have a 15% for, 15% with Sig 2. And also we do have a hail threat, but it's not as high in terms of a threat compared to everything else that we have on a table right now for our main two threats with wind and not wind. Well, yeah, wind and tornadoes. And as you can, let me actually take a look at the tornado watch itself, which we have a 80-60 for our tornado watch and then a 90-70 for our wind, 50-50 for hail. Which one of the reasons why we don't have because as you've probably seen before, which we've had moderate risk and they've gone PDS tornado watches. One of the reasons why we didn't see that today is mainly because of storm mode. And I mean, you can kind of see already. I mean, we've had some spots that are a little bit more linear than others. We have some cells that are starting to fire off here, especially the one that we have tornado warned right now that are a little bit more discreet in terms of, tornadic cells here. We have had this one here that is, it's been strongly rotating for a little bit. They have let me go to reflectivity here. We have this merger down here that is going to be merging with this. Okay, that is a weird, I don't know what the drawing tool is doing. Okay, why is this thing trying to highlight the entire web page? Okay, cool. All right, there we go. There we go. Fix that issue now. But yeah, so this merger here, that's going to be merging into this cell here. And we'll see how that does with the cell that we got tornado warned here. And of course, we'll be watching across our area that is still, I mean, it's been clearing for a little bit, but is still clearing out now. We'll go over to the meso analysis, which here's the meso analysis. A lot of instability down here between Missouri and central Illinois and even southern Illinois. Our moderate's up here. And the wrap is showing, I think the wrap is probably showing a little bit under what is the actual instability is, but although I wouldn't be surprised if that is the actual instability numbers, considering we had a MCS this morning, and then we had lingering cloud cover for a couple hours, and we go over to satellite, and let me actually go back a couple frames. I say a couple frames, but quite a few frames actually. And you can see there's your MCS from this morning into this early afternoon, and you can see this is where our open warm sector started to kind of clear out, and we got storms starting to initiate, of course, along our cold front too, and then ahead of our cold front, so prefrontal storms, and we got clearing going on. We actually have a high wind warning going on right now for a couple counties in this section of Illinois here, northeastern Illinois, for high wind warning, which is because of a wake low, which can happen behind MCSs or mesoscale convective systems, which wake lows behind a MCS can bring some damaging winds. A couple seconds here. I imagine I probably have a lot to organize here on my desktop here. A couple seconds. That there, that, and put that there. Not that. Pre-adjust where my microphone's sitting here. That way my mic, my mic is projecting towards where my voice is at. Well, I say that and I probably sound like I'm a million miles away from my microphone right now, but yeah. Let me actually, let me take a look at the low level lapse rates. Low level lapse rates are starting to go up, at least where most of our clearing has been for a while. Our area where we had our cloud cover has been pretty low in lapse rates for the most part. Our mid-level lapse rates are pretty steep for the most part. And we got the forcing out there. At this point, it's just a matter of how much can these storms organize. All right, we have another tornado warning that just popped up over here in Missouri. We have 2 tornado warnings now in Missouri. And we had tornado warnings over here in this section, Missouri, yesterday over near Kirksville, which I imagine this one is probably because we don't have good radar coverage on this. But I imagine we have the case of, because you can kind of see how much of a linear kind of mode we have going on here. We probably have almost like a QLCS tornado type of threat going on there. That merger's starting to merge into that cell more now, so still gotta keep an eye on that as it makes it between both this section of Iowa and Illinois here. Post that to the community tab there, and then let's see. Last thing would be Twitter. All right, that's good to go. Interesting. We actually have a special marine warning over here. That is, let's see. Powerful surge of easterly winds are likely as a result of dissipating thunderstorms. There were also a couple of like wild cloud reports earlier today too over here in northeastern Illinois. There was one over near Sugar Grove and the other one over here near Homer Glen. Is this okay, this is a new mesoscale discussion. Alright, so here's a new mesoscale discussion. This is based on these storms over here that are now we're in Illinois, but now we're moving into the Indiana side of things here. So wind, low isolated tornado threat and hail threat, but I would expect this to be mainly wind with these storms here. Seeing a little bit more mergers going on here with this cell. We still got here that's still rotating. I imagine this is probably gonna take a little while for if it does end up producing anything at all. It's gonna probably take a little while, but because it did just have those mergers. Okay, I was like, I accidentally rotated the camera angle to like this, but I fixed it automatically with the mouse because there is a key on Weatherfront to fix that, which is Shift H. But let's see what we got. We're going on with these cells here. All right, so this dying off here. So that was probably a storm I was trying to initiate, but probably got. Let me take a look what the lapse rates are in this area. Actually, is that cell? Okay, it is. I'm like, is that cell even on the? Because I don't know how often the composite like radar updates on the mesoanalysis. We also have a couple of spheroidal marches going on. We got one going all the way down here into Oklahoma and through a good portion of Missouri and southeastern Kansas, and a little bit of this portion here of south central Illinois here. And then there's also a big old severe storm watch over here, which we've actually have a couple wind. I say a couple, but it's more like quite a few wind reports out over here between Ohio and Pennsylvania. There is actually a wind risk out here too, unhatched wind risk to be specific, and there is an isolated hail threat. No tornado risk out there though. All right, cheese, what's up? I've once again gotten so sweet. Were you playing basketball again or something? Because that's what was it, yesterday? Or the day before? That's a 90 plus degree weather. Uh, I hope you had not like a bottle of water, a barrel of water, man. And then there's Nightbot popping out of nowhere. Okay, cool. What? I mean, I can imagine between both the heat and then obviously, well, you playing basketball. I mean, that adds up. All right, the Storm Prediction Center, specifically Evan Bentley, is doing a live briefing on the Storm Prediction Center site. Not the Storm Prediction Center site, the Storm Prediction Center YouTube channel. See if we get any better view on this here. There is rotation still left in there. I mean, we don't have good radar coverage on this, so kind of you can't eyeballing it for the most part, but it's gonna be in here somewhere. And they did issue a severe distorting ahead of the line here for 6 mile per hour winds, course size hail, and 6 mile per hour winds. So far, the weather has been good, but hotter than a sauna. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah. I thought that was tornado warning all the way down in southern Illinois. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not in the main risk area, but no, it's for this one right here that we still have going on. So looking at that area there. So it looks like it's trying to do a merger there, or it is currently going through a merger. And then from that, once it completes that merger, I guess we'll see what happens. See what Storm Relative looks like, or looked like earlier. Because you can see, this is what Storm Relative looked like earlier on this. Got tight air rotation on it. Past couple scans. We zoom in out a little bit. You actually see it kind of come into picture once it got over near Williamstown with the rotation. Of course, this could be pointing up into the sky, so it's rotation like way up there, but it's at least gives an idea that there is rotation in this storm here. And if there is still rotation, it's probably a little bit broader considering the merger. I just saw a tweet from National Weather Service Chicago, talking about the wake low. Strong non-thunderstorm wake low winds have developed behind the first round of thunderstorms. Period of wind gusts 45 to 60 will be possible for portions of Chicago Metro, including Chicago, for the next 1 to 2 hours. I don't know if there's there should be. I don't know if that's under warning somewhere. Long fuse warning, maybe? Or is it just under warnings? Let me see. Extreme wind warning. Or does Weatherfront have it at all? Is my question. It does. They do. Okay. So yeah, there it is. It's covered by the tornado watch, but it's right here. For all those counties there. Wonder if what observations look like. About 315, so that's when the last time was updated for 10 wind. This is for wind gust. And this is, I mean, let me take a look radar, make sure that's not just the storms. Actually, that would be the storms because this is from 315, so this would all probably be from a wake low here. Where's it at? I had it earlier, but now I don't know where it's at. I think it's long fused. There it is. Oof. Guess I'm sitting in my chair. That's a new sphere destroying answer for golf ball size hail. That's over in New York. And this radar station over near Binghamton is down. Bro bro came inside from a outdoor natural sauna. Yeah. You're making a bug follow your mouse cursor. Guys, Centerville's making a bug uh making a bug follow a mouse cursor. Apparently the bug thinks it's food or something. There are a couple storm chasers down here. Take a look. Brian Scholl and Mezzo Hunter. And yeah, if there's anything rotating in there, it's gonna be rain wrapped for sure. This is gonna be because I've seen people talk about today being like a Dixie Alley type of setup where a lot of a lot of storms just being high precipitation. Talk about the like environmental type of setup here. Let me go back to Quad City's radar. Got another cell popping up just to the south of the cell. That's still 20 warned. And a secondary one. We got going up here towards the more towards the Quad Cities area. There's this cell here. Memphis, Missouri. Yeah. That's one thing I will say is states really like reusing the same name about like 100 times in a row. Bro, there's like Memphis in Texas, New York, and Michigan as well. Iowa, Ohio, Georgia, Texas, Iowa are also. Cadillac, Michigan. I assume that name probably came from the fact of, well, I mean, Detroit's in Michigan, and that was the Motor City before it became not so much the Motor City. Where is the monitor? Wish this monitor didn't have a button at the bottom. Uh. View. I am there. All right. All right. That's set up now. Ugh. Check back up on rotation here on the cell that is warned in Illinois now. Maybe some rotation there, but if there's anything left, it's gonna be much broader. Don't have the that same look to it as what we had earlier with that rotation. Oh Jesus! Soundboard. Bro literally started screen sharing a soundboard. Close that. Got another cell that's popping up where, well, it's more like a little shower, but it's gonna be popping up over near Lewistown and Monticello in Missouri. Got another severe dust warning for 6 mile per hour winds and penny size hail and tornado pause tag. So looking at latest the radar here and Quad Cities, that's not as linear with these storms here. So it will be interesting to see what those do. Quad Cities, that's the Quad Cities is Davenport, Moline, East Moline, and all that. So it's tornado warning right now. It's going through. It's gonna be going through another merger, and probably a second merger. Well, it's already went through one merger, but it's probably gonna be going through two other mergers. Jesus. Okay, I just looked back at Weatherfront. I'm just seeing every single like storm chaser making their way down to this one cell, or almost every single one going to this one cell. And well, it's on Illinois. It's in it's in Illinois now. Was over in Missouri earlier. And there's a couple of funnel reports. Well, cloud 1/3 away to the ground, 4 miles southwest of this location. And then there's another one earlier, 347, which 3 to 5 miles to our southeast. So there is a couple of funnel clouds that have been reported with this, I guess. I think that's yeah, okay, that's a business scale discussion I already looked at. Ugh. And there's another funnel report. Funnel halfway to the ground. So this thing is trying to produce a tornado, looks like. It's just mainly funnel clouds. The environment's there. It's just a matter. Right now, it's just a matter of when or if this thing ends up fully producing a tornado. There's also, from what I saw yesterday, there was a tornado over in Springfield, Illinois. Cause last night, like a couple hours after I ended stream, 3 hours, maybe 2, 3 hours, maybe after I ended stream, there were QLCS tornadoes that ended up happening down here in this portion of central Illinois here. And one brief tornado, well, it was brief but strong tornado hit over here near Springfield. Wonder if okay, not so much. Okay. I was like, maybe the radar in Lincoln can see it, and we have range holding issues. Okay. Let me see. Actually, hold the phone. We have a tornado warning over in Iowa. Or is that Iowa? No, that's in Missouri again. That's be for Ethel. And if you zoom in here, that is actually only for Ethel there. Although there is this town near Elmer here. But take a look at rotation, or specifically, well, velocity, and see where our rotation's at. We have a tiny area here near Ethel. Although we have case where it's gonna be, I mean, it's probably not. I mean, you can kind of see it's not super strong in terms of rotation quite yet, but where's that? Okay, that was that's one that's expiring out soon. All right, we have another tornado warning. It's be going for 37 minutes. That's over in Illinois. And so far, we've had about 3 final reports on this storm here. We are having basically a chaser convergence on this down here now. Let's take a look at the spotters on this. There's quite a few spotters in the area here looking at this cell. There is another little interesting you can look at too. There are animated positions you can look at for spotters too, and there's a lot of people up in Galesburg, and it looks like, I mean, some of them probably. Okay, what is that big old? That must be some of the more known storm chasers, and then also whoever else. I can imagine there's probably, because I know College DuPage has their own storm chasing tour group. But I don't know if that's the case there with college groups out there or not. If it is, then well, that's a lot of them. But I don't think it is. All right, looking at the satellite imagery, yeah, a boatload of storms starting to initiate off the cold front here. So yeah, this is. I mean, when you have a bunch of storms that initiate off your cold front, you're gonna be looking at a linear mode. Also, with the 121, I thought it was in Iowa because of the shape up here, but with the shape of the shape of the state border, but obviously that wasn't the case. That was just killing me. That's a mesoscale discussion. Actually, I haven't looked at this mesoscale discussion yet, I don't think. Actually, no, this is one from earlier that I looked at. And they have the corridor. They have much. Earlier they had at 140, 170, but now they had at 120 to 145. But wind probabilities, I think, might be a bit higher now. Let me take a look. Let me look at the graphic. So there's one. Or let me find the other one. Yeah, so they up the win probabilities, but the turret probabilities are lower. So let me get both of those up here. So here's that mesoscale discussion I was talking about, which they issued earlier, which is when the environment was, well, it's still recovering now in certain places, but this is when it was doing air mass recovery earlier, and we have this outflow boundary here, and then got moisture moisture going from southwest to northeast. And then this is a probable peak that they had, 141.70, which was, whew, that's, I was like, oh my god, okay, yeah, we're going in with the probabilities, aren't we, today? Okay. And then for wind, they had 65.80, and then hail about ping pong to tennis ball. And then here's the current. Still the same for hail, but they decreased tornado probability for peak intensity for 120, 145. But they did increase the wind probably 75 to 90, which is likely due to all this out here starting to, well, become more linear. Because, I know, let me go back to that. So you can see our wind vectors are basically parallel to the front. So that will lead to a more that'll lead to a more linear mode compared to discrete. Where we'll see our more discrete cells will be ahead of our front. I gotta charge some stuff here. All right. Couple cells here. I got one near Peoria and then another near Delavan, Illinois. So I got a couple of those cells. Which, once again, any cells that are discrete will have a chance. Definitely one of the bigger chances to become tornadic. Even though our global lapse rates aren't amazing, I think we should have enough shear, and then if we have strong enough mesocyclones in our storms, that should be able to, and if they do end up producing, those should be able to drill through the lapse rates that are not well, favorable typically for tornadoes and severe weather in general. Got more funnel cloud report. I am trying to click on the funnel. Let's click at storm chasers. Funnel cloud report. Funnel cloud report. This is actually the more recent one here. And I'm guessing this one here too. Yeah. Rotating wall cloud, funnel clouds. So this thing's wall clouds and funnel report so far with this thing, but nothing outside of that so far. Alright, seeing where we would have our rotation over here. Let me take a look at the storm chaser feeds because most of them are over here. Let's see. Looking at tornado pagey stream on weatherfront. I'm viewing on another tab because I can't, well, because I'm not gonna be able to actually use the stream on. You can't use the stream on my stream. Looking at satellite, there's still. I mean, we've got that clearing. That's even looks even more clearing than what it was at earlier. Although it got cloud cover starting to build in again from storms starting to initiate. Yeah, that is concerning there with that rotation. Looking at even tornado page stream, that seems to be where a rotation would be there. Storm relative, yeah, storm relative seems to be agreeing there, and same with the upper tilts too. So looks like that is indeed our area of interest for rotation. So I'm watching over here. That does have it has the hook it's trying to develop. That'll be something to watch for too. Still got this 20 warning still on over here in Missouri for another 26 minutes. Probably at least have some weaker rotation, but as of right now, it's not a immediate threat. People keeping an eye on the people keeping an eye on the that the one area down in the Gulf there. This section, this area right here, that was well a low that formed off of forget what the forget what the I can't remember the name of the tropical storm that happened over in the Pacific. I think it's Christina or something like that. Yeah, yeah, and you can kind of see actually. There's this area here it's spinning. Although as of right now, the National Hurricane Center has that as a 10%. See, broad area of low pressure is likely to form over the Bay Campeche Friday. Westward moving tropical wave currently looking over the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. Environmental conditions are forecast to only be marginally conducive for development before the system moves inland over eastern Mexico late Sunday or Saturday. Or Saturday or Sunday. Yeah, you can see. Man, this is like really nice looking on here. Although, of course, when you zoom in, it becomes not as high quality, but oh well. And we can actually take a look at our storms over here. I should see the clearing that's going on right here. And then that cold front, all the storms that initiated along the cold front over here. I think our warm front's probably going to be over here. And our low would be here. That's a weird L that I drew, but yeah. Alright, looking at latest scans, still rotating. They got a hook. Actually, got a hook on the side here over near Carthage. Now, let me look at the 20 page stream again here. Let me actually pull up her stream over on the side here. And then who else? Recent person that I subscribed to, which was Emma Walker, who just recently created a channel as well. Although it looks like looks like she's riding along with CJ Ziegler. It looks like. I got beer back. I had the food. Alright, I am back, and we have a new tornado warning. And we actually had a tornado report, looks like. Ugh. It looks like, I mean, I'm guessing we had a very brief. Oh, I actually had a couple tornado reports, actually. Funnel halfway to ground with confirmed ground circulation due 3rd miles away, 2/3 southwest of this location. Ground dissipated near this location. So we had a brief tornado, looks like, with this cell. And, I mean, you can see we had a hook on this thing. And this is probably going to be going through another merger. Is this a Storm Chaser or is this a camera? Storm Chaser. Because I know, well, Radar Omega and Weatherwise have cameras, but I don't think Weatherfront has cameras quite yet. And then our air rotation, which is actually a phone cloud report right where it's at 416, which is rotation right in here. Let's check back up on our cells over here. YouTube. Do not break YouTube Studio, perhaps. Okay, YouTube Studio is deciding it wants to be broken. Okay. My internet's fine, though. So, I don't know what's going on with YouTube Studio. I'm watching the cell near Peoria, because it does have a, like this look. It would typically, well, I want to say typically, but it's that kind of look you would see for a discrete cell that could produce at some point down the line, perhaps, but that'll honestly have to be seen. It has to organize a little bit more than what we're seeing right now. But it is in the area where we have much better, well, mostly much better. This pretty much almost everything's much better. Actually, it's still on much weaker lapse rates still, but instability. All right, I'm good to go now. I don't know what was up with the sneeze there. Ugh. I swear, it feels like almost every stream I've had sneezing going on. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know what's. I seriously don't know what's up with that. Do we still have the 20 warning in Missouri? We do not. We just have 20 warnings in Illinois. Actually, yeah, just in Illinois. So far we've had well, one tornado so far today. And at this point it's just a waiting game to see what entails for the rest of this evening. Got a couple of new severe dust warnings. Got one in Missouri for Gulf of hail, 6-mile winds, and then one over on the East Coast here, Eastern Coast states. Which that one is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. But there's I mean, broken line storms out here in Pennsylvania, all the way down here in West Virginia, going into places like this northern portion of Virginia and then into Maryland there. I mean, well, I mean, I wouldn't expect the radar to be up immediately when I go back to it, but I imagine they probably have, I'm guessing maintenance or something going on with it. I think we have a secondary rotation near Plymouth here that's starting to rotate now. Or trying to organize there. Let's see. New graphic from National Service in Chicago. Flash flood threat. David 2. Heavy downpours may cause widespread ponding on urban roads and parking lots, isolate flooding out of roads and urban areas. Torrential rainfall 1 to 3 inches per hour through this evening. Warm, humid environments allow for efficient rainfall rates as storms move in from the west. Localized torrential rainfall is possible, increasing chances for flash flooding. If you come across flooded road, remember turn around, don't drown. And we also do have a new mesoscale discussion too, so we'll look at that. So here is a new mesoscale discussion, and in this section here, the Storm Prediction Center put for potential for a strong tornado increasing here, which I mean, I can definitely see why. I mean, we've already had, I mean, this cell down here produced, but we have a couple of the more discrete cells, I will say, for down here that will probably have a much better chance of, well, it'll have basically a better chance of producing tornadoes than probably our more northern portion of our moderate, northeastern portion of our moderate. Watching this, still watching that area there. This, well, I mean, I know I mentioned earlier with this environment being like Dixie Alley with high precipitation supercells, but this does have almost like a classic supercell look to it here. Still gotta keep an eye on it. I don't know if I should start chewing on gum now or later. There is a shower that popped up to just the south of the cell here. Now merge with this, so we'll see how what that does as well. I think a lot of the cases here for our tornado threat for today is we're gonna be seeing. Oh wow, that's probably some silo contamination in there, but yeah, I think a lot of our interactions through just afternoon to evening are probably gonna be the cases where tornadoes are gonna have to be probably doing a lot of mesoscale interactions to produce. Perhaps we'll have to see though. Yes. So that's one area rotation and a second area. I'll keep those circled. All right, we're now going to see a merger here, so that'll be something to watch for. Continue to watch for here. Although it's going in on this side here compared to this side here, which if it comes down on this side here, that actually probably won't be as destructive as a merger as if it did on this side, perhaps. If that is ends up being the case. We have another cell over here near West Point that just popped up as well. Which, it's as of right now is discreet. Let me check Storm Chaser feed real quick. Hold on. I need it. What is my eye, man? If it'll load up on actually, I don't, how many Storm Chasers are actually even? Well, actually, looking at some of these Storm Chaser feeds here, there's all. I mean, there's a boatload of trees in this area near Macomb, Illinois. Which Macomb, Illinois is where Western Illinois University is at. Now this is 3 minutes behind. It scans there. Still hiccuping my food I just ate earlier, which I had pasta. Let me see if it's consistent at least. Somewhat consistent through the tilts. What radar? Oh, okay. We're looking at Quad Cities radar. I'm like, what radar are we looking at here? But we've been looking at Quad Cities for a little bit here. Well, I say a little bit for a while. Because it's, I mean, I know Lincoln's radar is over here, but it doesn't have, actually, no, it does have view now. It is starting to give you a rotation here. Doesn't it have the one, as much of a view on this one yet, over near Plymouth, since, it's in range folding area. I just realized the sounds for the alerts on the Atlas site for NAU is on. If I can left click on my laptop here. That's oh wait no, I was about to say I wonder if there's any live cameras in Macomb, but no, Illinois doesn't have any live cameras. Well, actually no, NAU well or NIU or Northern Illinois University does, but not really anything in terms of severe weather going on up here yet in this section. Well, not really anything severe yet in Northern Illinois, so. All right, here is a little graphic for a wake low here, which meteorology term of the week: a small scale localized area of low pressure, which forms behind decaying thunderstorms of precipitation, which is what we saw behind our MCS or mesoscale convective system, and extreme pressure change over a short area can result in generating intense short-lived damaging straight line winds for up to an hour, which is also why that's also typically why they go for about an hour with the high wind warnings at the issue, which is what we got up here for a couple counties, and commonly found near squall lines, which I can't remember. I don't think we had. I can't remember with the ratio that we had in Dakota last year, not this year, but last year on June 20th. I can't remember if it was a wake low or a sting jet off the top of my head. But I know we had a area of just strong winds coming in from the backside of the bookend vortex that was on that rate show that we had up there. What time is it? 4:39. I'm like, wait a minute, what time is it? Because I'm like, because the next day when Outlook comes out in well less than 4 hours now, but we'll see what they change then at the 8 o'clock update. I can imagine a trail threat's probably got changed quite a bit. We'll have to see what the wind threat changes to, because I can imagine they're probably gonna maintain probably either a 45 or a 60 for damaging winds, considering our transition from a discrete cell setup. So basically, all this going into a linear line of storms, and then that going towards it's going from the west to east with all these storms now, and storm motion itself is going northeast. Which we've had enough clearing throughout the day where we've had instability build, so these are now all initiating here. Let me check the first thing I want to check is National Server Chicago's forecast discussion, because I think there was a recent one that came out earlier. See, 242 severe storms likely through this evening. Highest threat between 5 and 10, which is almost 5 o'clock now. All hazards, tornadoes, destructive winds, and significant hail are possible across the entire area. After a dry and cooler day on Friday, there's another threat for severe weather late Saturday. Quick update on the latest thinking regarding severe threat. 18Z sounding from Central Illinois, showing impressive EML, or it's the elevated mixed layers, which is your layer of, it's basically dry air, well mixed dry air. Much cheaper 700 400 millibar lapse rates, which is changes in temperature. Warmer near 700 relative convection. Inhibition combined with weaker large scale ascent for now. Has prevented the convection near the tail end of the morning MCS from becoming rooted in the boundary layer, taking off. The HRRR are doing HRRR things. The WASP warn on forecast hangs onto that convection, lingering footprint of cold pool longer than the HRRR. It too loses that convection quickly, perhaps a bit too quickly. but generally depicts the northern extent of a very concerning tornado environment later. This afternoon would be a farther south. It wouldn't be shocking to see a northern extent shift a bit farther south on later runs as WAFs initiates from current radar. Further west, low level response from the surface low. Let's see. So there's still potential. So basically, the potential for tornadoes will continue. It's just a matter of the one of the things being the alpha well, the outflow boundary from the MCS or mesoscale convection system from this morning, which which outflow boundaries provide like even um lake breezes, enhanced sources of vorticity or spin, which provides spin for tornadoes. They actually did mention a locally higher tornado threat, both supercellular and QLCS. I would imagine though, if we do start transitioning into more of a linear mode though, later through this evening, we're gonna have more of a QLCS tornado threat rather than it's gonna be more of a QLCS threat than a discrete threat, considering lines of storms aren't exactly discrete. And it's a line compared to something like this right here. Oh, that was a hiccup right there. I think it was a hiccup, anyways. You still see remnants from whatever's left of our MCS from earlier. It's all just like a blob of rain showers now. I actually see a little bit of spin in there, which would be a MCV or mesoscale convective vortex there. So it's just a little area of spin. Should I break up on our 20 wing down here in Illinois, which is the only 20 wing that's been going on for a little while at this point. Uh, if you do have anything still rotating left, that's gonna be here now near Good Hope. Which, if you look at Quad City's radar, that's about basically the same area. And then there's the second area I was looking at over near Plymouth, Illinois, and that's making its way northeast. Still potentially saw something in there, but we don't have actually Central Illinois. I mean, looking at Central Illinois, it looks not as strong, bit broader probably. And you got a bunch of convection starting to fire off on the backside of these cells. Which this section down here is definitely becoming linear, and it's making as it makes its way northeast, that'll merge with these cells here. I haven't looked at. I know I looked at the other day, but I haven't looked at today with the Warnock forecast. Okay, this is apparently exciting. Must be back in May. Apparently. Wait a minute. Wait. All right. This is the think this might be the old one, I think, maybe? Or is the MPass the one that's on right now? No. Hang on, let me try and find the Warner forecast I need here. Okay, found it. I found it. '21 UTC. So 3 o'clock is the last. I think 3 o'clock is the last time this thing utilized, because it does every half hour for the intervals that has compared to, let's say, the HRRR, which does 1 hour intervals or is time lag by 1 hour. Let's go back. So let's go to 00 UTC. And yeah, there's a bunch of different things that all these members are thinking. All right, so hang on, let me drag us over to the tab that I have for everything here. All right, so here is the War 9 forecast system. So here's 00 UTC. This is what it looks like going on into the future. So this is 21 UTC, which is 3 o'clock. And then going into the future, this is 00, which is actually 8 o'clock. Or 8 o'clock. 7 o'clock. 6 o'clock. So this would be, wait, so this would be 5 o'clock then. Wait. Hold on, I still am not used to, I feel like I should be used to the universal time by now, but yeah, okay, so it's this would be, right now it's 20, well, it'll be 21 UTC at 4 o'clock, but right now it's 2150, so it's here. And then this would be 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. Okay. So this is 7 o'clock. This is what some of the members have, which they all have different solutions. A couple of them have one big old, well, member 4 has one big linear line. And it has a big old linear line going up towards the southwest suburbs of Chicago. And then I don't know about this one. Not as linear, but it does have some cells going up towards southwest suburbs of Chicago. This member though does show cells starting to die off as they get off towards the northeast, as they go northeast into southern Wisconsin. Interestingly, all right, let's see what the other ones have. So there's member 4, member 5, which has the same thing with it being linear there. But most of these show almost like a linear mode. Member 12 has barely anything. I think member 12 might be underdoing convection there. They issued a severe dust warning for the cell now. It looks like we don't. Oh, they have a hook. It had a hook on it, but it's warned for 68 and quarter. Still a little bit of rotation in their Bardolph, but we have cells that are like merging together there, and this tornado warning is going for another 23 minutes. So far, we really haven't had. I mean, we've had a couple tornado reports, but we really haven't had any reports that are anything not tornado port related in our threat today so far. See here. It's a 3 to 8 day fire weather outlook that just got released there. Not anything in terms of new mesoscale discussion. Okay, that's why I'm like, still have not heard a single thing from the once I have up here in my laptop. But I figured out why. It's mainly because laptop volume is so low. All right, we have a new severe dust warning. This be for 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. That's over. That was issued by New York. Oh wow. If I remember correctly, this is called Long Island, I think. That is not where I was expecting a severe dust warning like that today. It's not even a watch area either. Must have had strong winds roll off the. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is winds rolling off the bay here. All right, new tornado warning. That's to be in Illinois. That's to be for this cell that we've been looking at for a little while. A few moments. See where rotation's at. Which actually, I say that, but it's gonna be over here near Hopewell. There's a little shower down here that just actually probably a storm if anything. That's gonna be well, it's gonna be a small merger with this cell here. We got this other rotation that's just south of Macomb here. Then we got another. Do we have more areas rotation starting to pop up over on these cells over here? Let me see. Hard to tell. See what our storms are doing over here. Alright, so some storms kind of died down. And then there's more storms that are trying to initiate here. But I think probably our main line's going to be all of this back here. Well, that's an area that has some issues with trying to see velocities. We also do not have a terminal radar in this area either. That's gonna be another severe gust warning over in New York State. 6 mile per hour wind gust and penny-sized hail. And we got a couple. Yeah, we got another couple cells here, or at least showers that are start firing up, and potentially this one we'll have to watch too. So we got a couple of areas here to watch. Where we actually have a fall cloud for rapid rising motion crossing river. Oh, that's just what. Okay, that's just what I observed. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Looking at CC, this is like, oh wow, okay, this actually might be a low precip area. Let's see what this says. Where's our confirmed tornado? This is a PDS tornado warning, actually. Wow, okay. That area rotation could be near Washburn in Illinois here. Wow, that is not what I was expecting. So we have a PDS tornado warning. Once again, this is a large and deadly tornado on the ground, making its way northeast, going towards La Rose and Varna in Illinois. Wow, that went real quick. Yeah. So there's your strong to significant tornado threat for today, ongoing as of right now in Illinois here. Yeah, that's one thing I probably should have looked at too, as the CC. Because, I mean, looking at reflectivity, it was very low precip. And then you can actually see the hook on CC. Actually see a bit of debris here on this scan over near the southeast Chile coast. And then you can see this much bigger debris signature here west of Washburn, and still see a debris signature there. This is just an interesting area here for a tornado. See what the CC, yeah, it's still debris signature there. This is a PDS tornado warning ongoing in Illinois. Make sure you get to the lowest part of building your home, most secure part of building home, such as basement or like an interior closet, somewhere that's away from windows and outer walls. Wonder if I can. Well, imagine. I mean, imagine there's probably quite a few spotters and chasers over here. We'll have to see if we see anything in terms of any photos or videos of this or later. If it's because I don't know if this is gonna be the case where we have a brain wrap tornado or not. We have a very classic supercell look to this, where we have the all like a very clear hook and all that here. And that, yeah, they see a lot more precipitation. It's a lot more clear of a hook now than what it was earlier. Still continuing to stay safe places is just going north of Washburn. It's gonna be making its way towards La Rose in Illinois. So if you're in these areas here, you're gonna wanna. I mean, if you're in a tornado warning in general, just continue to stay in your safe places as you were in. I mean, been the tornado warning for a little bit, but this is a PDS tornado warning with a large and deadly tornado that's on the ground now, make its way northeast. And we have a couple other cells we're gonna be watching just the south and southeast of this as well. These also could end up merging into the cell as well, so that'll be something we'll have to watch for as well. This also is warned for 2-inch size hail, so we can also see some large hailstones out of the cell as it makes its way northeast. See how fast it's moving northeast here. 40 miles per hour, so this is moving at 40 miles per hour northeast. And we have another tornado warning, which is, where is that at? That's actually okay. That's a really far tornado warning there. So they issued a tornado warning for Magnolia McNabb, which my guess they issued that. My guess is in case if this does end up doing a occlusion process where this will occlude, and if there's still a tornado on us, it can do like this kind of motion. Don't know if I'll quite see that, but that is probably one of the reasons why they issued a tornado warning for that. Other than this is a tornado. Well, this is a tornadic supercell producing a tornado right now. I can still even see on CC just north of Washburn in Illinois. Still got a debris signature there, and also velocities too. New mesoscale coming in a few moments here from the Storm Prediction Center, which is a watch for the parts of the northern mid-Atlantic region. That's for mainly wind. Latest scan came in. Still appears to be the case. We still have a debris signature here. Continue just stay in your safe places as we still have a tornado on the ground here. Okay, they went tornado emergency. We have a tornado emergency here in Illinois. We have a tornado emergency. This is for La Rose, Toluca, Varna, and Winona in Illinois. This is once again to say a tornado emergency. Once again in Illinois. This is for Toluca, Varna, Winona, and La Rose in Illinois. They have issued a severe dose warning ahead of this. Looks like for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and tennis ball size hail, tornado postal tag. That's issued by National Service Chicago as well. And there's a tornado report right here Social media photo showing large tornado in progress. A lot of spiritual warnings getting issued, but right now we're focusing on tornado emergency we have going on right now. Because we have a large tornado on the ground. Once again, this is a large tornado on the ground with a tornado emergency ongoing for LaRose, Toluca, Varna, and Winona in Illinois. I know National Service Chicago issued a severe dust warning here, but because I don't know if National Service Chicago has ever issued a tornado emergency before, as far as I know. I know if they've issued PDS tornado warnings, but all right, I'm gonna go find pictures of that tornado from that's ongoing right now. If I can even find anything, probably not. All right, we have a merger slowly coming in here. A couple of them actually going towards the cell here, and they've issued a PDS tornado warning. That extends towards Donna Cornell, Ransom Strader in Illinois. Once again, if you're in any areas, make sure you are getting to your safe place. Whether you're in a tornado emergency or in the PDS tornado warning that was just issued. It looks like they issued a tornado warning for down here, it looks like. As this might be, is this, I'm guessing this is another case where we have a low precip cell down here too. Still got a debris center still down here near La Rose. Although that updated a little bit ago. Our reflectivity did just update though. So we'll see within the next couple scans here to see if we still have a debris signature or not. We may have some debris fallout from this. All right, just waiting for scans to come in. Looking at the upper scans. I mean, this is like one of those cases where we have a really small area rotation on velocities, but sizable debris signature. And yeah, we still have something there. And this cell is making its way northeast as well. Let me take a look at the I'll do like this, I guess. 1 hour, yeah. I don't think we're looking at a full like 1 hour. I think we're looking at least a 2 hour window here. Still appears to be the case if we still have debris. Although once again, we could have the case where we have debris fallout. Actually, I had a report here, funnel report, a minute ago. Large bowl-shaped funnel to southeast have lost visual because of the rain. So yeah, there's your case of well, high precipitation type of deal there. All right, another tornado warning. That's to be down where our other cells are at, down here. And our rotation is going to be near industry in Illinois here. Alright, here comes the mergers on the cell here. We'll see, because these mergers will probably, will feed into the cell. And then from there, we'll have to see if this ends up recycling or not. Hopefully it doesn't recycle considering we just had a significant tornado, but likely significant tornado, I should say. There is a mesoscale discussion for this particular cell here. So let's take a look at that. So here's the mesoscale discussion that just came out for the cell. They have the peak probability from 140 170 winds. This is, well, it's considering the tornado watch, so it's going to have everything on it. But peak probability, they have 140 170. Ongoing strong tornado likely. Tornado threat expected to continue with this storm as it moves east-northeast. Just do a quick recap here. So, going back, it actually, even farther than I think what I looked at earlier. You see a hook here when the cell is down here in Rome, and you can see, can't really see much on reflectivity because how low precip it was. But then as it makes its way up, I thought this was like a little shower, but it turned out that was actually when the tornado first touched down. And then we had this here. And that is about when it went PDS there. And it's still continuing as of right now with a tornado emergency. And then there's also this PDS tornado going to the east of it. Which it looks like we probably have at least maybe a weaker end tornado still on the ground, perhaps. But CC doesn't really correlate with anything word rotation would be. So we probably at least no longer have a tornado on the ground at this point in time, but still continue to stay in your safe places. This is rare. It is, yeah, it is. It's definitely one of those rare cases where not only is it like it's like a low precip area of rotation that we had, but also a case where the supercell was a classic looking supercell too. Actually, I think we actually had that luck with the Edenid tornado from earlier this year. We have another tornado wing, which is includes Bernadone, Topeka, Lewiston, Canton, Cuba, Dunford, Midland, Bryant. There's some town names in Illinois. I've discovered new town names in Illinois with some of these streams, but we have a new tornado warning here. Let's be going until 6 o'clock. The air rotation is gonna be right here. I think we may actually have a secondary rotation up here, just north of Cuba, Illinois. And there's a cell to the south here near Waldo, Illinois, that I'm watching for as well. Yeah, definitely a rare case for HEs for sure with what we just saw. All right, the National Service of Chicago, they issued another severe dose warning here. 7 mile per hour wind gusts and 10 ball size hail, tornado possible tag. That's because I mean I usually for Radar Omega I use it for thumbnails, but the interesting is between the tornado emergency colors between different radar apps is some. Because let me go over to GR2 real quick. Actually, hold on 1 second, because we just went observed on another tornado over here. I have a feeling this might be another area that we have. I mean, it's not quite super low preset, but this would be probably our tornado right here near Bernadette. Bernadette. That's be going northeast. Probably will just go just north of Lewiston there in Illinois. Yeah, that's gotten much bigger in terms of the debris signature there. So that is indeed our tornado. All right, they did drop the tornado emergency, but we still do have a PDS tornado warning, however. This is scary. I come to this, I was like, oh. I was gonna say because when I saw you send it, well, I say saw you send that chat, but when I saw you I guess send you when you sent that chat, I was like, yeah, quite the way to enter the stream to something. In this case, being a tornado emergency for a significant tornado. Let me take a look at if I can here. Weather front. All right, looking at weather front. Okay, this stream's having a bit of a data issues. It's like from what I'm seeing now, it's like a little like skinny tornado. So it's probably picking up a bunch of if what's showing up on radar, it's probably a bunch of dust, trees, bushes, and whatnot. All right. Let's see. There continues for Canton. So they did something, which is this one. Well, okay, they condensed this tornado warning here. I zoom out real quick, make sure I got all my bases covered here. There's actually quite a few tornado ports too, down here. Tornado open progress, last 5 minutes, half-mile east of location. And looking at Jacob McMillan's stream, That looks like that tornado has pretty much lifted at this point. And it looks to be mainly a funnel, perhaps. Although I don't know if I don't know if he pointed directly at it. Let me see. Hold on. No, yeah, it's pretty much lifted at this point. There's just a wall cloud now for this. Check back up on this cell up here too. They did drop this to a just regular radar indicated. So I imagine National Service Chicago's probably fell suit. Maybe we'll see though. Although looking at velocities, I mean our rotation to be in here. Our CC doesn't really line up with that. Our velocities though do. Although there's probably a lot of just some like contamination in there, but I can imagine this if even if this is contamination, we probably have some strong inflow probably going into there. All right, we have looks like the same kind of thing going on with this cell. We have a low precip area for a hook here near Gridley. Looking at latest CC, maybe a little bit of something still in there. Although that might be just a brief fallout there. Okay, hold on, let me refresh this because that tornado emergency popped back up and it's not even. There's not a tornado emergency going on, by the way. We do have a new tornado warning though. That's gonna be for Flanagan, Pontiac, and Odell in Illinois. That is still, I mean, even though it's much more wrapped up, it is that is hooked in there. Not really seeing anything on CC. Keeping my eye on the cell near Waldo here and Gridley. Because it seems like it's trying to do the same thing as the cell that we just had where it had a low precip hook. Yeah, that is also that area near Ken I was talking about with the area rotation. I think we definitely have a tornado, not tornado ground, but air rotation there. And looking from National Service Chicago's, that looks like it could be a hail spike right here, although it doesn't really show on reflectivity. So, and it looks like, I mean, according to Weatherfront, that radar in Chicago is closer than the one in Lincoln. But alrighty, which if we do solve a tornado, PDS tornado in particular, that would be our air rotations. They're still going northeast or straighter. And we also have another tornado warning over here. It's going to be for Canton, Glassford, and Mapleton, Hollis. That's going to be going towards the Peoria area. Let's check back on this cell here. If we do have rotation, it's much more broad than it was earlier. If anything that's left, I don't think we have a tornado underground at this point now. We had a very brief tornado. Yeah, even looking at CC, probably some debris fallout still here, but if we go back, yeah, you can see first sign of tornadoes, and then that kept going and going, and probably this scan here. I'm making a mess of drawing, but this scan here and then this scan here is definitely debris fallout. I imagine it'll probably drop this observe tag soon. At least on this one, considering we really haven't seen too much in terms of the way of debris on this for a little bit. I don't know about this PDS tornado warned one though over here. Because, I mean, looking at velocities from the radar over here, and, well, it's in Romeoville, but it's National Service Chicago's radar, K-Lot. That still looks like tight air rotation. Making its way towards, once again, towards Strader and Kangley. I imagine if we do get another tornado warning, I don't know if we'll see another PDS, but maybe we'll get like I don't know, like a smaller like fry sized tornado warning maybe for like here. That is definitely some rotation near Flanagan there. Once again, another situation where we have a low precip hook. And we got cells that are starting to fire off around it too, so we'll see what happens. Especially these little ones over here that just fired up. We'll see how that interacts with this cell here. I don't know if we, let me go back a little bit, because I don't think we had that interaction with this cell here. No, we didn't have that interaction with the cell here. But we did have interaction with this cell here interacting with this one. Even this one had a bit of a hook on it too from earlier. And there's a 2-inch size hailstone report. Alright, there's a, oh wow, this extra report right here. Large multi-vortex tornado northeast of my location at 5:35 p.m. Central Time. So it looks like we still do have a tornado underground on this thing here. Although, okay, never mind. I was about to say radar has an update, but no, radar has indeed updated. My nose that itch, maybe. All right, this little cell has started to fire up a lot more here, and that's gonna be eventually interacting with this. There is actually, well, I mean, there's been a rotation on this since this become Tornag. Actually, it seems like a decent rotation on this for a little bit actually. So we'll see how. Well, I mean, if I looked at a more of a 3D view on that with GR2, I imagine I'd probably be able to see the actual like interaction. They also did drop the observe tag on this tornado warning here, so we're back to having this rotation on this, which would be, if there is anything in terms of rotation left, it's gonna be near Bryant, Illinois, north of Lewiston there. New sphere this morning, that's be, oh wow, it's gonna be up here in Illinois. That's be for 60 mile per hour winds. So we're starting to see I think we're starting to see our linear mode of storms here with our damaging wind threat starting to kind of form here. And this is going to be making its way northeast with these storms. And we do actually have a debris signature starting to show up on radar here. And that's a tight couplet too. Like the past couple scans, you couldn't see much, but it actually started showing up on the last couple scans. So yeah, you can see, you can see the strong rotation, but that rotation definitely tightened up a lot more within the last couple scans. Wow, that the last couple scans you can see very well, but yeah, that's there's still rotation in there. It's just very small with pixels on radar. All right, new graphic from the National Service in Chicago with the severe threat. So here's the threat area through 7 p.m. So primary hazards in threat area 1, destructive winds and large hail tornadoes. Primary hazards in threat area 2, damaging winds and waves of heavy rainfall leading to flooding. And have average storm mode northeast at 40-50 miles per hour. And looking at latest scans, doesn't seem like we have a tornado on the ground anymore. So we probably had a brief significant tornado at least. I need to screenshot the one graphic from National Service Chicago on my phone here. And that graphic, by the way, from the National Service that I was showing is valid through 7 p.m. I imagine they're probably gonna end up condensing this tornado warning at some point here. Is that another tornado that just touched down here again on the south side of this? Unless that's just contamination. I mean, I may look. Okay, upper second tail. It's not gonna be useful for this. Okay. All right, new tornado warning. Let's be over here. That's actually over here, actually. Way up here. Let's see for New Bedford, Manlius, Walnut, and Ohio, Illinois, and Hoop Pole, and Anawan. Looks like the Doppler on wheels was over near Macomb earlier. Wow. Okay, I just saw a photo of the large tornado from that was over near Washburn earlier. It was a full-on wedge. Second tornado port. 544 for tornado port. Still trying to determine if this is a debris signature. It looks like a debris signature. It's consistent with velocities, but even the velocities look contaminated. So this is going straight south, northeast here. Let me get the storm track tool here. So at least according to this tracking tool here, 1 hour. But I think this is probably moving faster than that with a 60 or slower, slower to the 60. I don't know what just came up from my like. Talk about not. It wasn't even like an acid reflex either. This is still has moving east at 40, but this is going straight northeast now. We'll have to see what this entails for a tornado threat once it starts getting up into here in the southwest suburbs of Chicago, south and southwest suburbs of Chicago. All right, they're still continuing the PDS tornado warning. Looks like they just condensed it though. Although the main area that we had the tornado is it's more up towards here, not down here near Cornell. And there's another tornado port. Violent wedge still on the ground. So yes, that is indeed a debris signature there near Strader. Actually, the CC is not like the exact size of the tornado, but I can imagine there's probably homes and buildings being hit by this tornado near Strader. Wow. Okay, I just saw someone in the NAU AMS Discord posted a screenshot from a tornado that's on the ground there. Wow. Yeah, that is a big tornado there. Still got a debris signature still here, and we also still. This is. Considering that we've had a tornado on this thing for a while, even with the tornado that's over near Washburn, I can definitely tell that we're gonna have one of those cases where we're gonna have a long track tornado situation with this supercell, or at least a supercell with multiple tornadoes being produced from this one. Well, multiple tornadoes being produced from this one cell. And that is gonna be I mean, that would be our area for a couplet there. That's one thing, because I know I mentioned earlier, National Server Chicago has not issued a tornado emergency before, but like this is definitely one of the situations that one would definitely be probably valid for. We got severe thunderstorm warnings going on in Oklahoma. We got a severe thunderstorm watch going all the way down here into Oklahoma. All right, that's another PDS tornado warning. Oh, that's me for Ransom, Kinsman, Verona, Mazin, Braceville, Gardner, Coal City, and Wapsinsee in Illinois. So if you're in areas, make sure you're getting to your safe place as you're in now a PDS tornado warning. A particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. If waiting for velocities and all that to update. And there's another tornado report right here. Multi-vortex cone, tornado on the ground, 1.5 miles north, my northwest, with the beep being lofted. That report was 2 minutes ago. So we still have a tornado still on the ground. Continue to stay your safe places. Strader, you should be good in a few moments here. If you're in any of these towns here that was recently included with the tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe places. Go to your safe place if you haven't already, whether it be the lowest part building your home, most tier part building your home, away from windows. Alright, new tornado warning. That's gonna be. Maybe it doesn't show up. Okay, that's gonna be for down here. There it is. So our area rotation on this one is gonna be probably embedded with it. Let me take a look at storm relative here. And this is gonna be probably some broader rotation there. Or at least something trying to converge in there. Let's see here. Because our debris center was here. And I don't think that's debris there. That's a weird arrow that I drew there. Not really seeing too much in the way of a area rotation. But well, now 4 minutes ago we had a report with the multi-vortex cone tornado. And there is still rotation on this cell down here. And there's also another area rotation just east of it too, near well, west of Emmington there. And this PDS tornado warning, which as of right now, it's gonna be going for an hour. So 7 o'clock Central Time, and we have a tornado warning all the way up here in Wisconsin. And our area conversion is gonna be near Brighton here. This is gonna be the case along here, where we'll have a QLCS tornado threat here. So we'll see embedded areas of rotation. And then that'll eventually probably, I mean, you can still see storms initiating on the backside here, but that'll eventually, these storms should eventually make their way into like Chicago or whatnot, probably within the next couple of hours or so. But, for the tornado warning up here in Wisconsin, by the way, I didn't mention any towns. I forgot to do that. I don't know how I managed to do that. I did mention the area conversions. That's the only thing I did. But we got Kenosha, Bristol, Paddock Lake, Brighton, Union Grove, Mount Pleasant, Caledonia, North Bay, Somers. That is included with that tornado warning there. We also have a severe dust warning just the southwest of that. Let's see, for 6 mile per winds and penny sized hail. Although I would imagine as this makes its way towards the east here, east northeast, we'll probably start seeing a little bit more of a tornado threat embedded within us. If we start seeing a little bit more bowing with our convection here. They're sitting at 7 tornado warnings, and all, well, not all of them, but most of them are in Illinois. I'm not saying, once again, not saying much now on this cell. There's a chance they may end up dropping the PDS tornado warning at some point here. But they'll probably, if they do continue a tornado warning, they'll probably be just radar AK rotation. Seems like there's a little tiny area here, and also here for some like tiny areas that are trying to rotate. All right, we have a semi-power wind report here near Lewiston, Illinois. So far, we haven't had too many wind reports. So far, we've now had mainly tornado reports for the most part. Which is mostly due to the fact, I mean, some of these, I mean, there's been some areas that are supercells that are embedded within some other areas that are more linear mode of storms, but otherwise, a lot of our tornadoes so far have come from discrete cells, which I mean was to be expected with any discrete cells for today. And that is what exactly happened. Because let's take a look at our. This is our outlook with our moderate, and we had a Sig 2, which is EF3 intent. Sig 2 is EF3 max expected tornadoes, or reasonable max, I should say. And then Sig 1 being reasonable max EF2. And that kind of, I wouldn't say it kind of goes the same for the other two threats, like wind and hail. Because wind and hail are much different. Sig 1 being hail 2 plus inches in Sig 1 being 2 plus inches diameter, and then Sig 2 being 3.5 or larger. So Sig 1 being large hail, and then Sig 2 being very large hail. And then for wind, it's the case of Sig 1 being hurricane force winds, 75 miles per hour. Sig 2, which is 85, which Sig 2 is reserved for, like, I mean, you got events that are like 70 or greater or 80 or greater, which is also reserved for MCSs or mid-scale convective systems. And then Sig 3 is, we haven't seen that yet this year so far, but Sig 3 is reserved for derechos or usually ongoing derechos, which we once again have not seen that yet. All right, we have a new tornado warning. That's to be for down here. That's to be over near Odell in Illinois here. And I also got Dwight, Reddick, Buckingham Campus, Union Hill, Essex, and South Wilmington in Illinois. And this is another case where we have a discrete cell. And this is a cell I thought, I think I was looking at earlier. Yeah, this is a cell I was looking at earlier. This is Wire Spark confirmed tornado. Alright, they condensed this PDS tornado warning, so we're probably gotta let that expire out for the most part. They saw this as a PDS tornado warning still going on for another 51 minutes. So I still got a long well on this one here. We actually got, is this from earlier? Let me check. No, this is, well, from 10 minutes ago with a funnel cloud report. Clone funnel to my north by a couple miles. How far down does our wind risk go? All the way down here. Holy. Sometimes, I mean, I'm like, wait a minute. How big is our wind risk area? It is very big. Keep accidentally rotating the camera here. And yeah, you can definitely see there's a hook on this. This is now, if we still have a tornado on the ground here, which nothing's really shown up on CC quite yet, but this was confirmed by weather spotters to be underground, which is, once again, if this is still on the ground, it's going to be now east of Odell now, northeast of Odell in Illinois. Alright, they dropped the PDS tornado warning on this. We still have this one here going for another 5 minutes. And we have another, like, little kind of discrete cell to the east of this cell here. And that's going to be over Kankakee. with this cell just to the east of it. And they have gone PDS with this tornado warning here. So we have another PDS tornado warning, which includes Odell, Campus, Buckingham, Union Hill, Reddick, South Wilmington, and Essex, Illinois. Yeah, I kind of figured that they would drop the PDS on this one. There is an area here of wind that is going towards Morris, Illinois. And here's what this mentions here. Wires power confirmed tornado. Let's see. I imagine we'll see the tornado ports in a few moments or so. But I imagine we probably have a large and strong tornado on the ground again. Well, I say again, but as in we have another strong tornado again in similar proximity to this tornado that we had earlier. If similar proximity, but I don't know if it is similar proximity. If that makes sense for term usage there, but or I think the probably more accurate would probably be near where we had this PDS tornado warning from this cell that produced a PDS tornado. Area rotation is gonna be right in there. That's gonna be going towards Dwight, Illinois, and then it will eventually be making its way towards South Wilmington and Essex, Illinois. We actually have a actually we have a severe thunderstorm warning down here. 7 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning down here, which is gonna be moving towards the Bloomington, Illinois area. So we're starting to see a wind threat down here too. It looks like. Starting to see more severe thunderstorm warnings starting to pop up down here. Ooh, that's one thing I didn't check actually up here is the thermal radar. And it looks like the area near Brian that I was looking at on the regular radar. Let me go to that. Actually, hold on. We just went confirmed on this tornado warning. It got condensed and then confirmed. Which, if we had a tornado, I imagine we probably had a brief one right in here. Does that line up? It does line up with convection, but that doesn't line up where the velocity couple would be. Okay, where am I? How far back did they go? Alright, so our velocity couplet's gonna be in here. So we probably had a very brief tornado, and that's southern section there of our tornado warning. Let's see. Firm near. Actually, it was a little bit more north. It looks like. Let me take a look at the thermal radar again while I'm at it. There's some cases where, I mean, because the thing is with thermal radars, they scan low. So there's going to be some cases where it's not going to scan velocities super perfectly. They are continuing the tornado warning for Coal City. That they had this as observed, but it's no longer observed. That's back to down, but so yeah, that's just back to radar indicator rotation. Still have a strong air rotation on this near Dwight, Illinois. And we have a new tornado warning. It's be down here. Actually, be right here, just north of Bloomington and Normal, Illinois. That's be extending from all the way from just west of Deer Creek. Well, the air rotation is west of Deer Creek, but the well, that's between Morgan and Deer Creek there. But that's gonna be extending towards the northeast, going towards Eureka sector, El Paso, Kappa, and Panola, Illinois. You actually see the actually can see the hook on this from earlier too. And that looks like it's probably gone outflow dominant now. That's be going over the lake. So that'll be affecting. I don't know if there's. I don't know how many people are out boating right now, but hopefully they've docked because the amount of storms are gonna be rolling off land here, going over Lake Michigan. All right, new mesoscale discussion. Here's the new mesoscale discussion. The Storm Prediction Center has this area here highlighted for highest intensity tornado threat through 8 p.m. Central. So for the next couple hours, which includes from all the way over here in Princeton, all the way down to Pontiac, including actually the south and southwestern suburbs of Chicago. That's included within this mesoscale discussion for highest intensity tornado threat area here, which they have peak probability from 140 to 170 for tornado intensity. So if you're in the south and southwest suburbs of Chicago, gotta have to be kind of looking out here for a bit for next couple hours for a tornado threat. Actually, look at that mesoscale discussion on here too. Let me find it. It'll be here. Okay, so here it is. Is this a new one, or is this concerning the current tornado watch? It might be the one that was issued earlier for a mesoscale discussion. Oh no, this is the current one. So they have this big old red area for tornado threat, but they have this specific little area. I say little area, but it's quite a expansive area for a tornado threat for highest intensity tornado threat here. We have a wall cloud report. Large wall cloud to my southeast rapidly developed. So that's be a air rotation here near Bradley and Bourbonnais in Illinois here. That there's a wall cloud report there. So we have another rotating storm just to the east of this PDS tornado warned storm. I still got quite the hook on the cell here with this tornado. It's still on the ground as far as we know, just southeast of Dwight. Nothing really on CC, but velocities are still strong, however. Here, what's this report? 620 rapid rotation southeast. My location is south of the way. So we have rapid rotation, and that was a wall cloud report. And we have a tornado warning down here in Illinois that just went observed. That's be for Kappa, Secker, El Paso, and Panola. We have the other one up here in Wisconsin that's been going on for a bit now, but the area the area that produced the tornado is off into the Lake Michigan now. So we got some strong velocities on this side here. So, I mean, we haven't had any like new tornado ports, but I mean, still got quite the hook on this thing, making its way northeast. I haven't seen anything too much of anything on CC the past couple scans, but obviously not every tornado will show up on CC with its debris signature. I say obviously, but it's not always obvious. New mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. It's another MCD, but that's based on the it's MCD for Texas for wind and hail. Let's see. Tornado report of rope tornado on the ground southwest of Dwight relayed via social media. Still watching a couple areas down here too. Got one area rotating and that two. Holy wind down here though. We actually got a couple damage reports down here. That's a sphere dust running all the way down in Oklahoma. 2-inch ice hail, 6 mile per hour winds. That's near the OK. That's west of the OKC area. This is. I thought I saw a tornado pulse tag on something, but it was there's none. And looking at CC, I think we may have a tiny debris signature, but kind of displaced on between the reflectivity here. All right. Let's see what this is going for. 31 minutes. This one's also. I was about to say I was also going for 31 minutes, but going for another 16 minutes here. And there's literally a sphere just swinging the size of the county of Will County down here, except for this portion here. And that's going to be for 6 mile per hour winds and core-sized hail. All right, and they've now dropped a PDS tornado warning. And there's a report from earlier for this storm that got a tornado confirmed on it. Actually, see if we go back, I think this would be our debris signature. It looks like that there, and then latest scans, nothing really much. Actually, let me look at dual view here. Yeah, that looks about right. Yeah, that's the rotation. Although the debris signature is over here, that could be contamination on this. Although it looks consistent for debris. That's why I'm like, wait a minute. I need to go to the latest scan here. So we saw observe tag on this one. It's going to be for 14 minutes, and same thing with this, but that's going to be going for a longer time. About half hour on that. Oh, 1 second. Apparently, some stuff going on over here. See what it looks like outside. Oh. All right. So I do some quick investigations outside. Apparently, there's some town nearby that's doing sirens. Apparently, although there's no like tornado warning. But and speaking of tornado warning, we do have a new one, which is going from Twin Grove all the way up to Lexington and Crosby. It includes Bloomington, Normal, Towanda, and Cooksville as well. That's quite it's not even really a French fry because it's not skinny, but it is a long-sized tornado warning. I don't know why this popped back up. Let me refresh. Okay, even refreshing didn't fix it. Yeah, that is one bug that probably needs to be fixed with Weatherfront. As tornado, as warnings that were already like canceled or expired out, popping back up. That looks like it's outflow dominant with this tornado warning storm down here near Union Hill and Essex, Illinois. So I got a couple cells down here, one over near Kinky and Bourbonnais, and then one over near between Ashland and Donovan, Illinois. That's also kind of doing doing well. This is doing a little bit more rotation than one near Kinky, but I wouldn't be surprised if we had maybe a small area of rotation perhaps on it, like maybe a funnel or like a ball cloud perhaps. All right, they did drop the confirm tag on this one. Okay. I thought we had one other one that okay. They dropped the other couple tornado warnings that were also confirmed. So we just have regular tornado warnings ongoing now. That radar NK rotation. Got a lot of severe dust warnings starting to pop up. I think we're starting to transition into a more of a wind and hail threat. Although I know the Storm Prediction Center did put this section here for the greatest tornado threat area, but or well, it's more like something like that. Let me bring that back up. So that area right here, this big old area here, that's through 8 p.m. It's 6:38 p.m. now. Severe destroying with tornado pops tag on it. Oh no, that was yeah, that was not in the video I was watching. That's actually over near me with what I just heard with the lightning. Let me do another investigation. I am back, and there is some big old lightning going on over here, man. Holy. Like, literally one of them went kaboom! There's also a tornado warning on this as well. I should mention Bonneville, Bourbonnais, Mantino, and Piotone in Illinois. There was a not funnel cloud, ball cloud report on that. We're still sitting at one tornado warning. As of right now, it could always go up. Hopefully, it doesn't strike any of the things for electric. I've tried it on today's episode of hopefully not jinxing things. Ugh. Some storms making their way up towards the south and southwest suburbs of Chicago now. They did condense the severe industrial warning. Still warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Like, I can probably storm over here in Illinois. But there was one big one over here earlier. All right, that's definitely going because it's this short little video. It's definitely going on my Instagram. Let me close out of that. Some gusty winds here. Looks like. Apparently, my mobile data is having issues. Did the lightning strike the mobile tower or something? I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, now it's working fine. I don't know what the thing was doing. There's a cell here that's discrete. Well, it's still kind of discrete now that we watch for here. And we got severe industrial warning down here, and we got a couple of severe industrial warning down here in central Illinois. I think all these have terminal pause tag them, or at least a couple of them. No, two of them. One second. Good to go. There is some storms heading towards the DeKalb area. Take a look at that. Wow, yeah, there's quite the storms out towards the west. Although it all looks elevated. All right, new mesoscale discussion. So tornado watch will be issued within the hour. So they are extending this tornado watch out east. So rest of Central Illinois here will be will be included within that, and then Central and Northern Indiana will be included in that, and then the southwest portion of Michigan here will also be included within that. And they have peak probability 120, 145, 75, 90 for wind, which I think, if I remember correctly, Michigan has had a longer time to kind of destabilize for the most part. Although looking at the meso analysis, it's still, even over there, still looks kind of stabilized over there too. So I don't know, we'll see. There is actually an area here that might be either a downburst or rotation there. Let me look at the terminal radar, which is, why is the radar stuff not showing up? Oh, the rotation be over here near Calumet. Calumet. Yeah, I can't speak today. New tornado warning. That's in well, it's in Illinois, but it's also crossing over into well, Indiana. So on the Illinois side, you got Papineau and Beaverville and Martinton. On the Indiana side, you got near Lake Village and then also Morocco. As far as this tornado, well, this area rotation has been warned yet here. And that area rotation is down here near Bourbonnais. That is a very strong area rotation, though. God dang. Probably heard that one on the microphone there. I got another shooter that's running over here. Let's get a 6 mile per wind, penny size hail, tornado postek on that too. Got more storms starting to initiate. So this is probably gonna start initiating more shower storms down here. And then eventually we'll have probably one long QLCS. And that'll be making its way east. Our discrete cell threat remains ahead of their lines of storms. At least for a little while. And then I would imagine probably, I would say, probably around 9, 10 o'clock perhaps, we'll probably see more of a linear mode after hours, but we'll see. That rotation is wrapping up a little bit. I mean, you still have rotation, but might be a little weaker than what it was earlier. Definitely some rotation. Actually, I think very broad rotation starting to wrap up there, trying to wrap up there near Sycamore DeKalb. All right, time to go to NIU's camera again. Although I don't know how much today rotation is really gonna be visible, considering there's a lot of rainfall with this. I still can't get over the that lightning from earlier. I let's say circle, but then I'm gonna hit C and then it removes all the drawings, so maybe not. Might be a tiny area near Lee, Illinois here. Yeah, a couple areas here to watch out for with this line of storm. And then our discrete cells, one here, and then our area near Mantino still, but that doesn't look as organized of a hook in rotation. All right, they have condensed that tornado warning, which now over Mantino now. Yeah, something's definitely got to try and produce near Sycamore, Illinois. And there's the extension of the tornado watch, which is a 50-30, 80-60 for wind, 30-20 for hail. Couple strong tornadoes possible. Isolated hail up to ping pong size possible. Widespread gusts up to 75 miles per hour. That's a first wording I've seen for a watch today for saying strong tornadoes. The watch they issued here was several tornadoes likely. The watch they just issued now has a couple strong tornadoes possible. Tries this hasn't gotten tornado warned yet. Got severe thunderstorm warnings. Actually going over into the Michigan side of things. It looks like now. It's warned for 7 mile per hour winds. We actually have a MCS going on here, Boeing segment here, and you can see the strong wind gust. In this, well, I mean, some parts are far from radar, but this section here, that's because I might have explained this earlier, but I'll talk about it again because it is gonna be very important to know, especially for this threat going towards Michigan. They also did put tornado pause tag. We actually have an air rotation here over Lake Michigan, but this wind is gonna be like because there's no friction on the lake, so all that wind is gonna be rolling off the water and then rolling onto land with damaging winds. Interesting. I just looked back down here. There were a couple of photo cloud reports down here. Because I know there was outflow that there was coming out of the storm here. That's probably what hooked onto that. Well, the cell hooked onto that probably increased the vorticity increased the spin of the cells down here with this particular cell west of the Oklahoma City area, which that outflow has since moved away from the cell there, so that is no longer the case of having a at least a brief tornado threat on that. New tornado warning. That's be on the Indiana side of things. They have finally warned this. That's be for St. John, Schererville, Merrillville, Hobart, New Chicago, Lake Station. We actually have quite a tight air rotation, actually. And that's be heading northeast. And that is what's it got to be in Indiana, northwestern Indiana. Actually, may have a bit of a debris center here, actually, near St. John. Yeah, a couple scans here. See that scan, that scan, that scan. A couple scans here that the rotation's coming in strong. And yeah, that looks like with this scan and this scan, yeah, that looks like it's on the ground. And they have gone observe with this. So we are back to having a confirmed tornado on the ground. In northwestern Indiana. That's going to be going towards St. John and Schererville. So if you're in this any of these areas here, make sure you are in your safe place. as there is a tornado warning, but also a tornado on the ground now. Also, that tornado warning over near Mantino is now canceled out. Also, that rotation that was over near Sycamore, Illinois, is a little bit more broad than it was with the last couple scans. Well, the last couple scans have come in, but waiting for the next scan to come in here. Which actually, the next scan did actually just come in. Which it's the debris signature is now moved off a little bit more northeast into the St. John area. That cell that was warned near Mantino and it's no longer warned. That might be trying to wrap up here again here. We'll have to watch that. Alright, we'll have to watch because the latest velocity and reflectivity came in. Just wait for the next CC. Still have a bit of a debris signature here in St. John, Indiana. And that's still make its way northeast. So continue to stay in safe places. That just crossed 77th Avenue. It's to be making its way towards West Lincoln Highway. That's a new tornado warning as well as be in central Illinois. That's be on this cell down here near Rossville. So you gotta see we have still discrete cells here in both, well, technically still in Illinois, but most of them are gotta start popping up over on the NS side of things. Alright, new tornado warning down here, and is about what I expected for what I was talking about earlier with this trying to wrap up again. And that is now tornado warned again there. And that rotation to be likely near Beecher, just south of it. Where a air rotation is trying to converge and wrap up there. It's not a super defined hook quite yet, but they'll be watching for that, like the one up here in Indiana. Alright, the latest scan came in again for CC. Still have a debris signature here. This is to be, I mean, it's 721, so it's probably over here somewhere now, but this is going to be crossing West Lincoln Highway going northeast towards just northern end of Maryville. And we may still have a little bit of rotation still left on this thing. Looking at velocities, there's a little bit of this here. That's a little interesting area there. That's probably I don't think that's gonna be a hook there, but because that. Let me go back a little bit. Yeah, that'd be rotation. Probably try and develop there again, but just something to watch for right now. All right, new sphere that's running for 6 mile per winds and also tornado apostle tag. We got more storms starting to initiate ahead of the line here as well. That those will eventually merge themselves in with the line. This is, I mean, it's still kind of a line still that is not fully linear yet. There's still, I would say, there's kind of an embedded supercell here near DeKalb, and maybe a tiny area, just a rotation here south of Cortland there. Let me. All right, time to go back to NAU cameras. All right, let's take a look. Is there's I know there's southeast cameras somewhere. See if we can see anything. Although, might be a little bit difficult to see if there is anything, considering things. If there is rotation, it's gonna be very well. At least in terms of a wall cloud, it's gonna be very embedded in rain. I'll check back up on our tornado here. All right, the last CC scan was this, and the latest scan came in. Doesn't seem like there is anything on the ground now, but that rotation is not as tight. It is much more broader. Still kind of strong though. Still continuing to stay places. That is also well, still making its general motion still of northeast. That's be another tornado warning. Let's be down here on this north end of this MCS. That's because I think we have another little MCS trying to form down here too in central Illinois. That's gonna be for a good portion of the area here, all the way from Cabri down to Paxton. See, yeah, still got rotation, still trying to pop up over here, or well, trying to form and converge over here at Beecher. That still has quite the hook on it, and I mean, rotation is still broad, but I don't know. I feel like I've said this quite a bit, but still just something to keep an eye on just in case. Okay, what is it with radar apps and tornado watches disappearing? Like most of the tornado watch disappearing because I know there's a tornado watch up here. I don't know what happened to it. Let me refresh. No, it's legitimately just disappeared. Okay, great. Also, I just realized what time it is. It's 7:27. That means our next outlook would be coming out in the next about half hour ish. So keeping an eye on this area between Ross and Merrillville here in Indiana. Even though we haven't had anything in terms of debris signatures in the past couple scans, that's still area rotation to keep an eye on. Apparently there were twin tornadoes earlier. I don't know where that was. Alright, new tornado warning that's down in central Illinois again. That would be that air rotation would be right in here. Be going east for St. Joseph Royal all the way to Danville and Bismarck and Henning and Alvin in Illinois. So we do have a QLCS tornado threat starting to fire up down here in central Illinois, going into Indiana. Oh, and now the tornado watch is back up here. I don't know what happened to it. Still got some strong winds coming off the... Well, they'll eventually be coming off the lake, but... What is it? Oh my god. Scam calls. It's always some... like, scam about some, like... fake loan, too. As I, lay my phone very heavily down. Looking at the latest velocities, still looks like we got a tight couplet here. Over to Ross. Although, we do have RFD that's wrapping around. So that could eventually cut off any rotation that might be in there. And maybe a bit of a debris signature there, too. I mean, it's consistent with the velocity couplet, too. So, we'll see what the next couple scans or so. Another tornado warning that's in Indiana. That's gonna be down near Fire. That's gonna be this tornado warning here. So you can see this is the air rotation here. That's be making its way northeast. So I'll keep an eye on this cell here because this one's been trying to wrap back up, and I don't know if it's ever produced because I've never seen anything on C. I haven't seen anything on CC from it ever. In particular, from when I was back over here in Illinois. Although, actually, hold on. No, it produced the tornadoes from earlier in, near Reddick. But I haven't seen it produce anything up here near, like, Mantino and all that. This is where it kind of fell apart, and then now it's trying to wrap back up. The latest scan came in. Okay, the latest scan has come in. We do have a debris signature again. That's to be between Ross and Merrillville in Indiana. Oh, okay. They have actually upgraded this to a PDS tornado warning. We have a PDS tornado, which is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. So we have strong rotation. We got a debris signature. And yeah, this is the second tornado that this is actually produced now in a row. This one is a well, it's PDS warned, which is usually in the cases of significant tornadoes. Wow, that is a much larger debris signature. And still got a debris signature here. There's a lot of houses that this tornado is hitting over here in northwestern Indiana. This is going to be going towards northeast towards Hobart in northwestern Indiana here. I would not be surprised if Portage, Wheeler, South Haven, all the way up to Ogden Dunes and Burns Harbor gets included with another PDS tornado warning. All right, that's another PDS tornado warning that just got issued. Extension. And that's be including all the way up to town of Pines, Chesterton as well. All right, another graphic just came out from National Service Chicago, which is all right. So here's the next. Well, here's the new graphic just came out. So Area 1, destructive winds, tornadoes. Area 2, damaging winds and waves of heavy rainfall, leading to flooding. Dang, I can't press the button. Okay, there we go. That is now entering right into Hobart right now. And that's be going northeast towards South Haven and Portage, Indiana. See what our velocities look like on this thing. Yeah, still a strong, tight area rotation here. As of 2 minutes ago. New tornado warning. That is gonna be, let's see where it's at. That's gonna be over here in Indiana. It's this one right here. That's the extension of this tornado warning over here, which we have a QLCS tornado threat. They also would observe with this tornado warning down here near Shelby. So we have another confirmed tornado underground near Shelby. Let's take a look at our PDS tornado warned area here real quick as well while we're at. Still have a debris signature here over near Hobart. Over also near New Chicago and Lake Station. This is gonna be making its way northeast towards Portage. And okay, Twitter's deciding what to be slow. All right, new tornado warning again. This be down here in Illinois. Actually, this be where is that? Near Coopersville. Taking a minute to load up on here. Although maybe it's like right in front of my face right now. I'm just not looking hard. Oh, it's up here. Never mind, it's in Michigan. I was looking at a complete wrong spot. Oh, okay. So this is gonna be our area rotation right here, just west of Port Sheldon and west of Holland. Well, northwest of Holland. And Michigan there. Alright, they condensed the PDS tornado warning. Still got a debris signature here. Also got this tornado warning still going on as well. And of course, this one that actually has a tight area rotation on it too. So I gotta be having to watch that one. That looks like a rotation over near South Elgin. This is the same area that, oh no, that's a new developed area for rotation there. And that's another new tornado warning. That has to be, is that in Michigan? That is in Michigan, I think. No, that's in Indiana this time. Alright, latest scan came in for CC. Not really seeing too much. Maybe something here near South Haven? But other than that, rotation looks a lot more broad on the last scan here. Alright, new mesoscale discussion again. Here is the new mesoscale discussion. Strong intense tornado threat for next 1 to 2 hours. And they have peak intensity 120, 145, and that's considering these cells here. Which is, well, both these are, well, all this is tornado warning right now, but yeah. A couple of those, well, 2 of those that were confirmed to be on the ground. They have dropped the PDS tornado warning. They've kept that as observed. The other PDS story is still going for another 12 minutes. And we are about to have the case where we're going to be out of range for radars in this middle section of Illinois here. Or at least in terms of velocities, we're going to have range holding issues with the central portion between Indiana and Illinois. Taking back up on this area here near South Elgin and Wayne. That still looks like a potentially an area rotation there. And then area near Batavia, there's like almost like a supercell shape on this here. Bedded supercell in there. Although not really any rotation on that. Alright, they have dropped the confirm tag on this, looks like. Although I would not be surprised if this thing is already trying to produce again, perhaps, if that is indeed another tight ear rotation there. Alright, they have dropped the PDS. Well, the PDS has been dropped pretty much. So we only have the confirmed tornado tag on this tornado warning storm here. Or, well, it's observed. Oh, well, observed, but confirmed tornado tag on that. Just watching this line here for QLCS tornadoes. Got another shooter swing SV for semi-power winds and penny-sized hail. So a lot of our wind threat definitely has been mainly down here. Not so much on the northern mode. Like, let me go to outlooks. Which a lot of the wind reports have been inside our 60 and 45 for the southern portion. Not so much our upper. All right, new tornado warning. That didn't even decide to pop up on there. All right, here's a new tornado warning. Radar indicated. So they are continuing a tornado warning on this thing. Guy have to be watching this area here near Hebron. Let's be making his way east. All right, we got about 7 minutes till the next outlook comes out, and we'll see what changes from there. Because our enhanced risk area does go out to over here, and slight risk area too. Well, our enhanced risk goes way out here in Michigan, but not too much out here in Indiana, and yeah, Indiana. Indiana's slight risk and enhanced risk areas. All right, now our tornado warning. That's actually gonna be all the way up here. It's for the area that I was actually looking at earlier. Let's see for Bartlett, Hanover Park, Roselle, Bloomingdale, Itasca, Schaumburg. That is a tight couplet. That's also going to be making its way east as well. Although I think this is making it more of a kind of a. Well, actually, no, it is going northeast. I was about to say southeast, but no, it's not going really southeast. There is there's a tornado second. There is. There's another area near Boulder Hill and Montgomery. That'll be something to watch for, and then another area east of Yorkville too. So we got a couple areas to watch for here for rotation. So we got another kind of ramp up in terms of I think these are probably embedded supercells, but this one's probably more like almost like a QLCS tornado out here. I would not be surprised if this thing's on the ground too. Although if I look at reflectivity, no, that is hang on, let me circle the CC. That is in the reflectivity area. So we potentially have a tornado on the ground there. And looks like we actually now have a tornado on the ground near Bartlett, Illinois, and it has now gone observed. Has to be making its way northeast towards Hanover Park between East Lake Street and East Stearns Road. Latest scan came in for velocities. CC is a couple minutes behind. That is definitely an area concern here, going east towards Bolingbrook and Lamont. And we are back to having a PDS tornado warning. So I have a PDS tornado ongoing again in Indiana. And looking at the latest couple scans, we still have a couple of weaker areas of, well, a couple of weaker scans for debris over near Bartlett, but it still looks like we have the case of at least a weaker end tornado on the ground. I actually have a report here over near Carroll Stream. Tornado 4 miles to my northwest. And we have a new tornado weighing down here over in Indiana, which includes, I think, just near West Lebanon. We'll have to see when that fully loads in soon. Actually, I have a couple of tornado reports here. We got one near Shelby, and then the other one near DeMott, Illinois, or not Illinois, Indiana. Potentially a couple areas here, just near Town of Pines and Chesterton for rotation. Wow, that is a very strong couplet. They dropped the confirm tag on that one there. Also, not seeing the area that I was looking at there near Aurora and Oswego. That is broadened out there for rotation. Still gonna be expecting some damaging wind gusts, however, as this makes its way in over here. Take a look at the last scan came in a couple minutes ago. Still have a bit of a debris signature here between Bartlett and Hanover Park. That is a very strong rotation, area rotation. I mean, that is very strong. All right, the next outlook just came out. Enhanced risk was shifted a little bit. Waiting for the next CC scan to come in here because it's 2 minutes behind. Velocities are still absolutely just insane on this thing. I mean, look at the scan near Hebron. That is like violent tornado right there with that rotation. Are they, I was waiting for my weather radio to go off for a severe dust warning. I'm just waiting for it. I don't know if there will be one, but I'm waiting for it. Still got debris signature that'll be making its way towards Malden still. In Indiana. Alright, new sphere, not sphere, tornado warning in Illinois. Wow, okay, that's be for the area that's rotating near Naperville, which also includes Woodridge, Willowbrook, Downers Grove, Lyle, Oakbrook Terrace, Hinsdale, Willowbrook, Lombard, Elmhurst, and Bensonville. I think Addison's also included with that too. Alright, so they have downgraded the risk from a enhanced to or a moderate from an enhanced. They have a 10% in northwestern Indiana. PDS warning still going on. Still got a debris signature just west of Couts in Indiana. We also have a new tornado warning which extends into Michigan as well, from Westville, Fish Lake, LaPorte, Michigan City, Springfield, and Indiana, all the way to New Buffalo and Three Oaks in Michigan there. All right, starting to focus my attention to over to the QLCS threat that's got to start. Seems like it's got to start ramping up over in the west and southwest suburbs of Chicago here. We're waiting for the next scan to come in here. Which I think it... No, it hasn't yet. So we're still... Yeah, so we're waiting for the next scan to come in here. New Sphere Swing just got issued. And I don't know why my weather radio hasn't gone off. Still waiting for the next scan to come in. Still got about 5 minutes till probably next scan. Well, I say about 5 minutes. It should be coming in now. I meant to say, but wow. Okay, yeah. Still got a potentially violent tornado on the ground here. Still near going towards Malden going towards Malden here in Indiana. Latest scanning came in for CC. Not really seeing much on there. Okay, apparently decided I want to go back to the future. And by back to the future, I mean back to the, like, however many hours ago. Yeah, still got a strong air rotation, potentially violent tornado ongoing still. Although CC hasn't really picked up much, so we'll see. They have okay, they are continuing the PDS tornado warning. I think this should be going into the responsibility soon of National Service Northern Indiana. Which from there we'll see what they issue. There's a chance, I don't know if they'll go tornado emergency or tornado PDS tornado. We'll see. Alright, new tornado warning. That's also a PDS tornado warning. So, North Indiana went with a PDS tornado warning. Let's see, for Wantana, Hannah, Kingsford Heights, Kingsbury, Westville, and South Center in Indiana. And my PC is lagging like crazy. Or at least my browser was. I don't know what that was about. A new tornado warning that's over in Indiana as well. Which mostly is at this point are going to be in Indiana. Let's see, for Petersburg, Hillsborough, Linden. And there's another tornado warning in Indiana all the way up here. Rose Lawn, Lake Village, Schneider, DeMott, Wheatfield. Did my browser not lag? It's not the time to be lagging when there's weather going on like this. Alright, looks like we may have a debris signature on the ground here again. It showed a little bit of something earlier, and it's a little bit less here, but we may have a debris signature starting to pop back up again here. That is still, once again, PDS tornado warning still ongoing. This got extended here for, well, this is going to be going for an hour, but this tornado warning here, PDS tornado warning to be specific, in Indiana. I'm still surprised I have not heard that thing going off. I don't know if something broke on it with how it receives alerts or what. Or if it's because I had multiple locations on. I'll have to figure out what's going on after the stream. Good thing is, if there was ever a tornado warning issued for my area, there's gonna be the siren over there that goes off. My phone's probably gonna go off. Alright, waiting for the next scan to come in here. As of this update 4 minutes ago, we still have this smaller debris signature here, but still, okay, well, velocities have updated, but they are now over here near Malden now. Wow, okay, that is a big area for a tornado warning there. Which includes Orland Park, Oak Forest, Markham, South Holland, Dalton, all the way up to Palos Heights. And Chicago is also included within this as well. And now my phone got it. So I don't know why this is not wanting to work. And my sirens are going off, I think, too. Or is my weather radio somehow picking up sirens? I don't know.
Sirens going off.
Yep, my sirens are going off. Alright. Everybody get down in the basement. So we got multiple ongoing tornado warnings right now. We're sitting at 10 tornado warnings, most of them over on Indiana side of things. We got two big, basically one big size tornado warning sitting over a good area of population in the metro area of Chicago. Got Orland, once again, we got Orland Park, Oak Forest, South Holland, Dalton, all the way up to Burbank, Brookfield, Cicero, South Lawndale, all the way up to Chicago. That's included within this tornado warning. Also got all the way to South Holland as well, Riverdale, Burnside, Evergreen Park, Hometown. We also got once again, we have the PDS tornado warning still ongoing on the Indiana side of things, which is near Malden. Still got a strong air rotation. It's making its way northeast near Wanata. It's eventually make its way towards Kingsford Height and Kingsbury. Yeah, we got multiple areas of rotation within a bed of line of storms right now. And we got. I wish I had this green screen had like a scroll. No, I'm doing a briefing over here. But I wish I could scroll up the green screen over here so I can see my screen. But there is a very strong area of winds which kind of surge forward. And that is one of the reasons why we got both those tornado warnings, because there's a bit of areas of rotation in that surge of wind there. Respect the polygon. So apparently, someone in North Aurora is seeing yellow sky over there. Just waiting for radar update here. So got a strong tornado ongoing over in strong to violent tornado ongoing in Indiana. Seems like we have a case of a long track tornado too, because this has been going on since southwest of Hebron in Indiana. take a look at the terminal radar while I'm at it. Yeah, you even see on terminal radar, you can see the 2 areas rotation as well. Those are moving off towards Chicago. Alright, reflectivity has updated now. Still got some gusty winds making their way southeast and also northeast as well. Wow. Okay. Wow. That was that's one hell of a wind report that was reported over near Midway. 100-mile-per-hour winds reported near Midway. Which I mean, you can see why. You have this big old blob of yellow since it's going away from radar. This is one big old push of just gust of winds that has embedded rotation in it. Still got some areas of rotation. We go back a little bit here, which we had a initial tornado areas of rotation here and here. One near Brookfield, the other near Bedford Park. Still making its way northeast. I think we still have a smaller area of rotation still rotating near Inglewood. I think we may have an area near Blue Island and then east of Oak Park, Orland Park. So there's kind of areas of rotation that are embedded along the line of storms here. Don't know if I'll see anything in terms of tornadoes on the ground with this. But definitely going to be a big old area of damaging winds going through the south and southwest suburbs of Chicago and Chicago itself. And National Service Chicago has issued a 80-mile-per-hour wind gust severe dust warning over in northwestern Indiana, where we just had a tornado earlier, or at least near it, which includes Hammond, Whiting, East Chicago, Highland, Gary, Lake Station. Now, looking back at the cell over here, not seeing as much of debris signature again on this cell here. So this might be, at this point, trying to, it is going through a occlusion process over here in Indiana with the PTS tornado warning storm. Where's that at? That's over in Michigan there. Which there is a tornado warning over in Grand Rapids area. It's going for 16 minutes. And then the tornado warning just the south and southeast of it for Clarksville, Hastings, Woodland, and Lake Odessa. That just got issued for, that's going to be going for 46 minutes. It's going to be another tornado warning over in Michigan. And that's got to be, or is that, let me see. No, that is Michigan. Or is that Indiana? Nope, that's Indiana. Let's see, for Linden, Colfax, Thorntown, Stockwell, and Mulberry in Indiana. Alright, the tornado warning has been condensed a little bit. So, Orland Park, Payless Heights, Payless Hills, Brookfield. These sections here are in the clear now. Yep.
Get off the floor.
One second. Yeah, for...
Dude, you just said we're in the clear.
Never mind.
Never mind.
I thought we were, because they condensed the tornado warning. I guess we're still doing sirens, I guess. Because Oak Forest, Midlothian, all the way up to Cicero still in there. Orland Hills and portions of Tinley Park over here and all the way up to Brookfield is outside of that tornado warning.
Yeah, we're big in there. We're right on the edge.
Yeah. I would zoom in, but hold on. Yeah, we're like right on the edge of the tornado warning, essentially. So they're probably still warning, as still probably sounding tornado sirens because we're right near this. Yes. Definitely. I can imagine. Let me check my weather station real quick. See what it got, if anything. Today's peak 30.9. That probably, I think it might have been 30 earlier, so it might have gotten something in terms of strong wind gusts. Yeah, I would stay down here for probably the next
Yeah, and those two
10 minutes.
fucking yahoos upstairs don't give a shit about their lives.
I did not want to rotate the camera. And they did just issue they actually just upgraded the severe dust storm warning to an 80 mile per hour wind gust severe dust warning now. So,
Right on the edge of it. He said we're right on the edge of it.
we're right on the edge of the tornado warning, but now because they just upgraded the 80 mile per hour wind gust with the severe dust storm warning because of the strong damaging wind gusts. And also, as well, they just there was a report of a 100 mile per hour wind gust over at Midway as well. So there's that too.
The floor. Oh, the beanbag. Need something to lean back on that's soft. Because otherwise I'll never get off the floor.
Take a quick check on the cell over in Indiana. That's PDS
Take it off
warned.
the floor.
That rotation on that has
Right there. He's
weakened
on
a
the
lot.
Spider! Kill him! Get it! See, he's a little black guy. See him? Hopefully there's no more of them.
I don't know what's the things that happen in my background in my streams. It's something. Wow, okay, they condensed that tornado warning by a lot. So now the areas that are included with the tornado warning now is South Holland, Hammond, and Burnham. So basically, most of the towns that were included within that, with the Chicago and Metro, like south and southwest suburbs of Chicago, are now no longer in the tornado warning now. Now, for the most part, with the is the damaging wind gust threat, especially with the sections from Midlothian all the way over to South Chicago, Midlothian and Blue Island. I can imagine it's probably an absolute lightning show out there right now.
Probably.
All right, checking cameras. See if not seeing much lightning yet. And they have condensed that severe dust warning is now for 7 mile per hour winds, tornado possible tag. See what their tornado warning. I was not okay. I was not expecting them to sound the sirens twice. Once, okay, yeah, but they condensed the tornado warning. I was like, okay, we might be clean and clear. But then I hear a second time. Also, we have a tornado warning, observed tornado warning up here in Michigan, which we actually have a clear tornado here after the past couple scans. We actually may have a case where we could have multiple tornadoes ongoing within this line here. We have another QLCS tornado right up here. We have another tornado port, confirmed touchdown via EMA, which is emergency management. So we have a tornado on the ground here. Still a PDS tornado warning over here in Indiana, however. Yeah, definitely, I think we're definitely gonna be seeing another era here that we could start seeing more of a QLCS tornado that as it makes it east. And this PDS tornado warning still is going on for a half hour. I forgot this was the issue this for like an hour. Yeah, continue to stay safe places here in any tornado warnings. There's no other tornado warning over here, it looks like. So they've canceled that out. Still got a damaging wind threat, however. More severe dust warnings getting issued out here in Indiana. I would not be surprised if we start seeing more watches get issued for this section here. Okay, that was not even an arrow. That was, I don't know what that was with that drawing. All right, there we go. They issued a severe dose much, it looks like. Okay, that's definitely not right with the probabilities. Zero for all. Okay, yeah, sure. Sure, Weatherfront. Yeah, a couple areas to watch out for here too, for anything in terms of embedded rotation. This rotation that we had on this PDS tornado warning is making its way northeast. That's gonna be going towards South Bend too. Let's see here. I mean, the rotation's there, but I mean, the last tour report we had was, if I can click on it, 8:28, which was 20 minutes ago. So, and we still got 25 minutes on this PDS warning. They haven't like downgraded or anything. So we'll see what happens with this at some point, hopefully. Oh, my entire web browser is being so slow right now. It's actually been slow. I think at this point, I mean, we really haven't seen too much on CC. We probably have some much broader rotation than what we have seen earlier, but we'll see. If we get, hopefully, we'll get another tornado port or something soon. New tornado warning that's just gonna be north of Indiana. Well, it's in. Well, yeah, north. I was about to say north of Indiana, but that wouldn't make sense. But north of Indianapolis makes more sense to say. And our air rotation is gonna be just north of Darlington. That's gonna be going towards Antioch, Kirkland, Arcadia, Tipton, Hobbs. Oh, my one friend sent me something. Let's see. All right, that's checked. I saw a post from Tanner Charles, possibly two tornadoes on that's it's kind of Croft stream there. Connor Croft's dad's streaming feed near Wanata, Indiana, a few months ago. He said there's two underground. It might be it. There might have been two tornadoes underground from earlier. Looks like. All right, another tornado warning that's up in I think that's Michigan there. Yep. All right, we don't have anything confirmed on the Michigan side of things here. We do have an area near Hastings that's trying to hook out, and then potentially another near Dowling too. Watching area near Clarksville as well while I'm at it as well. New Studio this morning, SB for same out par winds, core size hail, and tornado pulse tag. So it looks like they're just gonna let. I'm guessing they're letting this PDS tornado warning expire out. The tornado watch is also being slowly condensed. So soon, well, Illinois, at least this section of Illinois, will be without a tornado watch soon. But I'll be still not for no another little while still here. See here, see if I can see anything from cameras. There's a there's something on the distance. I don't know if that's I don't think that's structure. That was a one big old lightning though. There's definitely still. I mean, there's still gonna be lightning on the backside of these storms here as they make their way southeast. Over here in Illinois, as they make this basically be like another round of storms as they make their way into India, which already had storms go through, and a couple of those being PDS tornadoes, especially the more populated areas over here. Yeah, I really haven't seen anything in terms of CC. I'm surprised they still have this going. How many 20 warnings were we setting at? 6. Got a couple of those are about to expire out soon here. Although I imagine they probably got to issue another 20 warning for this, like right in here, probably. Another tornado warning, which is, I think it's going to be, okay, it's going to be a different one. It's going to be for this area here. From Michigan Town up to Greentown, Jerome Center. That's going to be over near I am having, Kokomo. All right, and there goes the tornado watches for these areas here. So now it's just rain and maybe some gusty wind still left up here. I did not want to click refresh on my web browser. And the PDS tornado warning is not showing on GR2 now, but it is still showing here on weather front here. Let me refresh just in case. Yeah, they dropped it. All right, so we no longer have the PDS tornado warning going on now. Yeah, there we go. Now it's gone. I also got to take off this. I'm surprised we don't at least have maybe a tornado warning on this, perhaps. I could already imagine this entire section will be full of tornado warnings at some point as we go through later tonight, maybe. We'll have to watch and see what happens, though. Anyways, now to go over the new tornado, not tornado. Well, I guess new tornado outlook, but new categorical outlook since like an hour. It came out an hour ago. So here's the 10%. They kept the 5% here, and all the way up to here. And if we go to our wind risk, they have it all the way up here down into. They kept they took it down to a 45, and a 30%, and then the hail, which is only a 15. They dropped the sig on it. It's kind of surprised they dropped the because considering that we still had like a strong to violent tornado still going on, I'm surprised they dropped dropped it like just Sig 1. I feel like they should have kept it at least Sig 2 if they're gonna drop it down. I'm kind of curious where the wind report is at. That Mount Par wind report over here in Naperville. let me take a look at, that's another thing I haven't looked at yet, is the reports page. Yeah, that is a lot of tornado reports. Holy. I mean, that is a lot of tornado reports. I mean, it's not, it's more of like a, it's a lot for regional, but I mean, it's not, I mean, obviously there's been days that have been much more tornado reports, but I mean, it's still quite a lot either way. I got quite the hook on this one area here near Kirkland here. So that one is trying to do something. Although velocities and reflectivity. Reflectivity, okay, reflectivity and velocities have updated, but not CC yet. Although we haven't seen anything on CC yet, so. And we're down to 3 tornado warnings now, for now. Area near Potterville that's trying to do something. And then you got this area near Portland Eagle, which that one is a little bit more of a broad area, but it is convergence nonetheless. We'll probably get extension on this. Maybe. We'll see. Alright, there we go. Now it's fully loaded. It's going until 2 in the morning with the severe dispatch. Although that'll probably be a lot earlier than that, but 20, 0, 50, 20, 10, 10. So mainly wind out of that activity there for the severe threat. Couple tornadoes, brief tornadoes being possible. That's another tornado warning. I see for 12-mile, Macy, Denver, Chile, Roan, Laketon, Macy. I already said Macy. Akron, Beaver Dam, and Silver Lake. It has to be also in Indiana. That's funny. I just realized I sent a link to I sent the link to the Spanish version of the tornado warning and the AMS Discord I'm in. That's also rotate. Okay, lag. That is also rotation near Walnut, Indiana, and Argos as well. And okay, they just warned it. As I went to go look at it. Yeah, definitely got quite the we're definitely got, I mean, at least where it's more organized, which is all this down here. Probably gonna see more QLCS tornado threat, and then same thing with up here, with at least this section, which is a bit of a MCS up here as well. Definitely gonna be quite the wind threat going through the rest of tonight. I'll be back real quick. phone. All right, sitting at 6 tornado warnings. Most recent one, which was issued by Northern Indiana. Let's see what the one was up here. Chuck this over here. Where is there? Like, where did my nail clippers go? Like some it's like what is like skin that's like deciding wants to pop out or not pop out. Like not hanging out either. It's just like peeling skin. I don't know. Looks like we got rotation there. Perhaps perhaps something starting to try and spin up near Plymouth there. Holy, the amount of I mean, I know I made a post about it earlier with the tornado warning that we just had about an hour-ish ago. And the south and southwest suburbs of Chicago and Chicago itself. But man, I'm sorry, major flash flooding with 12 to 14 inches standing water in the streets with the water continuing to rise. Vehicle Marley Creek has risen out of its banks to create near Winter Tonight and Wolf Road. That's over here near Orland Hills. So I got some flash flooding going on over there. And well, one of the southwest suburbs of Chicago. And starting to see some outflow starting to shoot out of the storm here. So that'll start slowing down some of the portions of the storm here. We got 1, 2, 3, 5 tornado warnings about to expire out. And looks like they just extended the tornado watch out a little bit. by like a couple counties. And in Ohio at least, which shall be due to the well, you all see us running out there with the line of storms here. This, I mean, it's a tiny area rotation that could get extended with the tornado warning. But that's, of course, to be determined. This area, that'll be something to watch for there near Wabash. Wonder what our oh, we do actually have a Sig 1 here between Kansas and Missouri. Mostly Kansas and Missouri. There's a little bit of Oklahoma included with that. Yeah, and southeastern Nebraska. That's also gonna be another day of mainly wind for that severe weather threat day. Refresh the storm reports page. Well, a lot of the wind reports came out of the northeast, well, the east, west coast, well, east coast and northeast, well, east coast states and northeast states. Although, not that there wasn't a bunch in the in Illinois though, because I mean, with the QLCS that we have going on, a lot of them are down here. Which I will say, the wind threat definitely verified. I'll buy quite a bit down here compared to the northern half. Although, of course, we'll see all that probably change with the wind damage reports with the next probably couple hours, few hours or so. New tornado warning, which I think might be the area that I was looking at earlier. Yeah. So it's near Wabash and Illinois, and not Illinois, Indiana. They're also starting to issue some severe dust warnings ahead of the have time here for damaging winds mainly. They also do have terminal pause tags on them though, so there's also that. All right, we got 1 minute until a bunch of 20 warnings expire out. Well, technically 2 minutes because this is ahead of time with the 1 minute here, but all right, more 20 warnings are going, and three of those, well, a couple of them already got like are gone now, but there's three more that are about to just disappear here soon. Click on the that there. Okay, man, today was quite man. Today was a active day, I gotta say. I knew it was. I didn't know how active it's gonna be because like this morning I was like, okay, here's the MCS. How much is it gonna affect these storms for later? All right, we're down to two tornado warnings now. Which not really seeing. I mean, not really seeing a whole lot in these areas here now. There's a tiny area near North Manchester that's rotating. Make sure there's nothing on the ground. Yeah, nothing on the ground. I think they just issued tornado warning for that though. Let me see. All right, might that be something more north? No, it's for something more north, which would be anything rotating within this line here. Man, this is also I gotta say too. This is the longest stream. I mean, I know. I mean, moderate risk days tend to be the longest of the days I have for streaming. Not that there has been enhanced risk days that haven't been well long days, but still. So, I mean, there was a back in May. There was a I did a stream that was like 7.5 hours long, about a little over that. My nose. So the last time I did a 6 hour stream, let's see, that was back 3 weeks ago on the 18th of May with the tornado outbreak between Kansas and Nebraska. And I mean, we're past the amount of time how long that stream was compared to this. Well, this one's longer than that one. Got some strong winds going over here. I imagine we have a tornado pulse tag on this. Yeah, that's one for 7 mile per hour winds currently. So we're sitting at 3 tornado warnings, 2 in Indiana, 1 in Michigan. All are going for the same amount of time right now. Same. Because that's one thing I do wonder. I imagine because I imagine we had quite a few. I mean, we did have quite a few tornadoes, but will be interesting to see what tornadoes we had that were like how long they were on the ground for, and well, I'm seeing videos and stuff, especially out of Strader, which Strader did take an impact from a tornado from earlier. Strader, Illinois, the east side of it. All right. See, don't think I ever read out the numbers for the amount of blanking the amount of numbers we got for the storm reports from earlier, both unfiltered and filtered reports, and I think the storm reports page might be breaking. Yeah. Also, we do have a new tornado warning, and that's be over near the Indianapolis area. Our air rotations could be over near Cartersburg. Well, okay, well, radar just updated, and air rotation is now over near Plainfield now. And we do have the terminal radar over here conveniently. So we can look at the lower levels here, and it would be still where we're looking at for a rotation. Let me go back to the regular radar. Because, I mean, you can see it was, I mean, it's a tiny rotation, but it's still strong, but it's a strong but tiny area. At least a loft. Looking at the terminal radar, it's not as strong, but still rotation. That's gonna be over near Old National Road. There actually was a funnel cloud report. Funnel illuminated by lightning 4 miles southwest of my location. See if we got anything up here. We have wind reports up here. Tree on roadway. We got extensive tree damage with multiple trees down along M66 just past Bibley Road. Yeah, but I mean, you're gonna have a bunch in your more well populated areas, but 6-inch branch down at intersection of Chicago and South Waverly and Holland. Nose itching. Also, earlier today, there was an announcement We are officially in El Nino now. El Nino form expected to strengthen, say NOAA forecasters. Wouldn't be surprised to get an extension of this tornado warning too for this little area of rotation. Apparently, the area near Wabash had quite the debris signature on it. Oh wow, yeah. It looks like it was on the ground for a couple scans actually. That's one thing I feel like I should probably have up as CC. Ugh. Hopefully that looks like I mean the one on the east side of Wabash, but I wouldn't be surprised if we have the cases that houses over here were hit. That is definitely a populated area, and I wouldn't be surprised if we had maybe some debris still in the air, or maybe a tornado still on the ground over near Andrews, going towards Huntington. And I think we might have a tornado on the ground here, perhaps. Although that looks like it's a clear air, so maybe not. And we have a severe destruction warning for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts observed as well, southeast of Lawton. Well, tomorrow. So for tomorrow, I do have a vlog that's ready, but that'll be uploaded tomorrow at 10 a.m. And then from after tonight's stream, when I'm done here, I don't know what time I'll be ending or when I'll be ending, but I don't know when the next stream will be, but I will let you know in the community tab. And they've issued another tornado warning. That's be, I think that's be just north of Elkhart. Yeah, to be this area here. So yeah, they went ahead and extended the tornado warning. I mean, I was looking at an area earlier. I was like, yeah, that might get extension here. So this area here is concerned for tornadoes. That's be blowing for 46 minutes. Yeah, rotation's probably over here now. Let me check. Kind of hard to see. Go back a little bit. Yeah, that's where our rotation would be. Yeah, now it's over here. Oh, I didn't realize there was different tilts on terminal radars. Yeah, that would be it. I'm just like, I'm just like, my brain just goes like idle. I think it's because it's been that long of a day and tonight. So I just like, wait, we still have air rotation near Huntington. That's probably got extension on a tornado warning there. They did issue a sphere swing for this 70 mile per hour winds. No tornado pause tag on it. And they cancel out the tornado warning here. So we're down to now 4 tornado warnings again. 3 of those are going to expire out soon, though. See him outflow start shooting out of this. So this is probably starting to slow down here as well. Although these still have tornado pause tags on them. New tornado warning. So they're extending a tornado warning on this one here. SP for Greenwood, it's Southport. SP going for 24 minutes. Still expecting this to get extension at some point here. Once this probably makes it a little bit more northeast. It's a weird looking arrow, but it's like it's one of those triangle, like fancy triangles, I guess. I don't know. Tooth. It's a tooth arrow. Shark tooth arrow. And it did issue a severe just warning ahead of this. Tornado power static, 7-mile-per-hour winds. Actually, got a couple areas here. One near Warren, and then the one I've been kind of talking about for a little bit. That was near Huntington, which is becoming a little bit more broad. I think there might be another area here east of that that is trying to do something here, but nothing in terms of anything hooking out like a Popeye arm right now for rotation. Whoa, okay. They just went and observed with one of them up here. Okay, yep, I see why. Yep, there's a tornado underground here. And that would be that debris signature there. There's a tornado on the ground now. Okay, so we're back to having a confirmed tornado. That's be in northern Indiana here. Let's see for Bristol all the way up to Vistula, Scott. So once again, we have a tornado on the ground. So make sure you get to your safe place. Whether the lowest part of building your home was to your part of building your home. Away from windows. And then this is actually it's like a smaller area rotation, but it is a tight couplet there too. All right, latest velocity just came in. Let's see our CC. So we still have a debris signature too on this. And as we go on for 36 minutes with this tornado warning, this will be eventually heading up into, at least this part of the storm will be eventually heading up into Michigan. Whether or not this will probably be, I mean, considering we have a QLCS tornado threat, this will probably not be on the ground for too much longer, but but this is still gonna be causing quite a bit of damage. However, still, so make sure once again make sure you are in a safe place if you haven't already gone to a safe place. Away from windows. I don't know why I said it like that, but yes. And that's gonna be another two that's running. That's all the way down in Oklahoma again. That's where 7 mile per hour wind goes. There was an 80. There was one for 80 down there earlier near Lawton. Alright, waiting for the next couple scans to come in here. Okay, CC did just update. We have a much smaller debris signature here, so we potentially still have one on the ground. But does look like we have the case where we'll. Let me go back here. All right, so we potentially still have a tornado on the ground here. Still making its way east, going towards Scott, Indiana. They were just now waiting again for the next scan to come in. Not as tight of a couplet as it was earlier. As we go back, I wonder how long ago this started forming too. So we've been around here when I was near Elkhart, and then started tightening up there. Produced tornado underground, broadening rotation when it got east of Bristol. Oh, what is with the hiccups today, man? And I've been drinking water too. So I don't know what's up with that. Unless waters make me hiccup. I don't know. Let's see. Latest reflectivity came in. Now we're just waiting on CC and velocity. It's all gonna be quite a bit of heavy rain. I will say. Probably. I mean, you can see all these lightning strikes. There's probably a lot of lightning within this. Absolute lightning show out there. If we got any new reports at all. Well, if we got flash flood warnings starting to be issued out here, and well, were issued out here in Central Illinois. So a couple areas I'm watching for down here. So this area here near Liberty Center, Pontio, and then another one south of Montpelier, and then another one near Ebite, just southwest here of Fort Wayne. That's another area I'm watching for. Although all those areas, if there's anything rotating, it's broad right now. And then there's another little area actually, I think near Greenwood here, south a few miles south of Indianapolis. That's rotating in there. Has the latest scan came in for CC? It has. Maybe a little bit of something still in there. But otherwise, it's definitely not as deep of a debris signature as it was at that as what it was earlier when it was over near Bristol. And then we also had another tornado on the ground over near Wabash earlier too. That was quite a deep debris signature too. When it was 8:20, not 8:26, 9:26 Central Time scan. Let's see. Latest scan came in again. Yeah, we still have a little bit of something in there. With in regards to well debris. Holy crap! I just saw so on someone posted a screenshot from Facebook of the tornado that was over near St. John, Indiana earlier. There was a whole wedge tornado over there today. It looks like holy. That was at 8:20 Eastern, which is 7:20 p.m. Central. Check back on SCC. Hasn't updated yet, so we have to wait probably another couple minutes or so. Our velocity couplet would be in here. Just what's a Scott? CC has updated. Still looks like still looks like there's either debris fallout or something going on here. Because the tornado must have taken like northeast approach and then went southeast. If it is still on the ground, but once again, this could be just debris fallout there, but that looks like a debris signature there. Check back up on here. May have a tornado on the ground here, perhaps near Brimfield. But that looks like it's in a much lower precip area, so might not be it. All right, new tornado warning. It's be actually going into the Ohio side over here. That's be going for 26 minutes. That's be going for that's gonna be including Penville, Bryant, Geneva, Bern, Lynn Grove, and Nottingham. And on the on the Indiana side of things, on the Ohio side of things, we got Wilshire. And it's probably shaped like this due to the fact that this would be National Service of Wilmington's area of responsibility there. I'll be expecting 24 minutes. I think all of these going for the same time. No, only three of them are. The one that we have a Zer tag on, and then the other two that are radar indicated. Well, let's check back up on the CC for this one. Yeah, so that appears to be for these scans here and here. Looks like perhaps debris fallout, and then this is definitely just debris fallout here. There's not really anything in terms of rotation here. See here. Trying to see. I think I read this earlier with this tornado report. Yeah, and then the wall cloud reports. This one I didn't see this one earlier. I didn't read this one earlier. No wall cloud, but looking above there is a lot. Looking above there is a lot of there is a lot of rotation. That must have been typed in like really quickly with that report there. They haven't condensed this or anything yet. A couple areas down here that I am concerned for though, like these two areas. One near Pleasant View and the other just I think it's north or west of Bogstown. All right, new tornado warning, and that's gonna be an extension. So now that includes Bogstown, Shelbyville, Blue Ridge, Marion, Fountain Town, Morristown, uh, Linville, and Indiana. That's going for 22 minutes. Itching my shoulder here. Still had a bit of an itch there. Well, that's one thing I haven't checked. Is Power Outage US. Holy, that's a lot of people without power. 300,000 people without power in the state of Illinois, and wow, yeah. Okay, let me show you guys this. So that look at that number. That is a lot of people without power, which a lot of that is down here, where we had that MCS, QLCS, well, straight line damage winds and then also tornadoes in some of these counties here. There's still power outage here in Cook County from the storms from yesterday. And then here is the power outages from tonight's storms in Michigan. And then there's also power outages in Wisconsin, not as much as the other states. There's some down here in Kenosha and Racine counties from tonight's storms, though. A couple of power outages in Virginia and Pennsylvania, it looks like, too. ComEd has the most, because ComEd does all the, like, well, electric stuff over here in Cook County. I don't know what counties they're in Illinois. Service area map. Okay, that's their service area map. I didn't realize they have service areas maps on this. Alright, so I got 20 minutes on this tornado warning now, but that's going to be moving. The area that was warned earlier for the tornado warning is going to be moving off soon towards the east, outside of the box. See a lot of photos and videos from earlier with tornadoes that were in Dwight, Illinois. You got ones in well, some videos from Washburn. Yeah, that the storms are pretty much. Yeah, you can even see the storms even starting to fall apart as they make their way northeast as well, or at least this section here. And all, well, I keep saying all, but there's like there's always that like one tornado warning that is going for less or more time than the others. Just kind of checking different areas now between velocity and also CC. I think that's the main two things I probably should be looking at this point because kill CS Rose can spit up real quick. Okay, they canceled out that confirmed tornado warning now. So we no longer have the confirmed tornado warnings. We just have the one tornado warning in Michigan and then two in India. And then also this one here got canceled out as well. So now we just have this one between Shelbyville, Mountain Town, Fountain Town, Morriston. I think it's because it's Morriston, not Morristown. Sugar Creek, Blue Ridge, and then the one over here near Pennville, Bryant, Geneva, Bern, and Wilshire in Indiana. Well, Wilshire is on the Ohio side of things, not the Indiana. Check a couple things while I'm at it too. See what's so. I think for the most part, what I'm gonna see on Twitter is just just stuff from earlier with the tornadoes, and then anything, maybe anything current with any damage that might have happened. Seen a lot of stuff come out of Schrader. Oh well, they actually they condensed it and they took out Wilshire and all that outside the tornado warning. It looks like at this point right now, it's kind of a waiting game to see is there anything else that's gonna be issued new for tornado warnings, or are they gonna let everything expire out when it comes to the tornado warning side things? Because it seems like our line of storms is just fizzling out, especially that northern half, or at least most of the northern half here. There's still this section here that's still kind of strong. Although winds on the backside are probably still gonna be strong though. This area near Fairland though, that does look like it's trying to tighten up and produce a tornado there. That could get extension at some point here. We'll have to see though, and also have to watch CC because that is definitely tight enough for it to produce a tornado at some point here. Boy, as if you did, as if I can't speak. Holy, as if we didn't think there would be any more tornado activity. All right, new tornado warning. That's be over in Ohio side of things. Rockford and Mendon in Ohio. Let's take a look at the storm relative while I'm at it. Okay, that was tight on that area rotation, but I mean, you still got areas here to watch for. But that looks like that area, whatever rotation was there, it's trying to do something, but it's kind of just failing to do so. Oh, 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 that was not a good stretch out. Oh, all right, still got rotation here. This is well, one of the stronger areas of rotation I will say we've seen in a while. All right, I say a while, but one of the more clearer ones we have seen so far outside of the other tornado warnings. What is this? They're sitting at. I feel like we're gonna be sitting at with the case of bouncing between two tornado warnings and back to four, because that's kind of. I feel like that's sometimes how it kind of goes with these QLCS tornado threats. The only thing about this section of Ohio, though, I will say, is there's not very good radar coverage there. I don't know why there is, because you got the radar all the way up here in Detroit, but there really needs to be like a radar like here or something. Would it be helpful for any tornado or severe weather outbreaks out here? Like well, like tonight essentially, but If what? Well, nope. Two tornado warnings. Severe thunderstorm warnings in Michigan. Still waiting to see if they extend this one for tornado warning on us. They might not, but we'll see. Wow. Okay. There's I just saw a post from Ben Bradley from WGN. Significant damage in Merrillville, Indiana, including a Adrian High School. Wow, that is holy, that is quite a bit of damage. Like switching between storm relative velocity and regular velocity, yeah, that's a little bit more broad on a recent scans here. I mean, there's still some rotation in there, but it's much more broad than it was than well, more broad than it was earlier. And it's a post from the Weather Channel. Breaking: more than 700,000 homes and businesses currently without power. Severe weather moves through the Midwest. All right, we're down to this last tornado warning here in Indiana, and then we'll have one in Ohio. That's just if they don't, they if they end up extending this or not, which seems to be the case. They are not going to extend that. All right, and that tournament in Indiana has expired out. We just have the one in Ohio, but I think for the most part, and I mean we don't have good that good of radar coverage out here, but even then, not the super tight air rotation here. If you do have anything in terms of rotation, it's probably be tiny layers. Might be actually have a little air in your Concord there, but and maybe near Hamilton. But for the most part, I will say I think for our main threats for the rest of tonight is brief tornadoes, and then well damaging wind for. So, yeah, I think that'll be it for this about this evening's about today's evening stream. I don't know what the what they call what they call it. But yeah, either way, uh, I'll see you guys in the next stream I do. Don't know when it'll be. I'll let you guys know on the community tab. Whenever whatever severe day comes up next. Uh, but and whatever community tab will say when the stream will be and on whatever day I post. I guess I don't know whatever wording to use there, but yeah. Anyways, stay safe out there. Have multiple ways to get alerts, and yeah, I will see y'all in the next one.